I'm ready now.
Hotep family.
Go ahead.
Today we have one of the greatest metaphysicians, of this age in our midst. He is internationally known and sought after lecturer. He has conducted more lectures than any metaphysician on the scene today. His wisdom and knowledge of the occult is second to none. He is a teacher to many young up-and-coming metaphysicians. Two of his lectures entitled Indigenous People Rising Through Rituals and Rapid Third Eye Acceleration are considered by the House of Kemet as two of the greatest lectures of this age. I can go on and on, ladies and gentlemen, but now we gotta wait for Bobby to come show us. Hey Bobby, you on?
All right. Yeah, I guess the people will file in like they usually do. Like I said, you want them to come at 6, you gotta say 5. And I'm glad to be here. Like I said, I was destined to come here. I've been coming here since 97, when I first started coming to Baltimore. This is my 19th year. I started in June the 27th, 1992 was my first lecture, the Dogon lecture in Atlanta. It just snowballed. And come to find out, like I said, I used to have another mate called Ginger. She was about 11 years younger than me. And the reason why, and I always ask the question, well, why did they, right after I started lecturing, she came like the next year. And I said, well, you know why, how did this mysterious relationship come about? 'Cause, you know, I wasn't really particular. I thought she was too young. But she was 20 and I had just turned 30, I think. I had just turned 30 or going to 31. And what it was is, what the spirit world said was, well, at the time when I first started lecturing, I started lecturing at 30. I'm going to be 50 on my birthday on November 28th. And at that particular time, all of the women that was my age, a little bit, you know, they was dealing with that biological clock stuff. So every woman I would meet was wanting to, you know, try to have babies and stuff like that. But I knew around 27 or 28 that I wasn't supposed to have children. And I think that's how we, as humans, we don't try to figure out and try to learn our own temperament and learn certain things about ourselves. We just follow everybody else. Well, when I get this age, I'm supposed to have children, and I get this age. And then you will have some people that have children, and they recognize that they wasn't supposed to be mothers or fathers. You see what I'm saying? What they're trying to say is every human is not supposed to do the same thing. So I knew, because a certain thing happened to me, I knew when I turned 29 and 30, when I was younger, teenage, elementary school, and early adult, I was mesmerized by babies. I saw babies and I just wanted to kiss them. I think I kissed 100 damn babies in 81. I could have ran for president. So I was mesmerized. I always loved children. And then when I started getting around 29, I couldn't take the crying of a baby. It just annoyed me. Now, some people might think that there's something wrong with you, but what it is the spirit world is trying to tell you there's certain things. They knew that what I was going to get into, this particular information, and I left the shoe industry and, you know, was supposed to pursue that career, and I had already made it, and I already had the stuff set up. They knew that this was going to be a life of abject poverty for a certain amount of time. What I mean by that was I was going to have to struggle to get this information out, and I knew I wasn't going to be able to make a whole lot of money. So if I had these children, this would not be possible for the simple fact I would have had to, see about that type of thing. So they kind of left the field open for that. So when they sent the sister Ginger, she was 20, and she wasn't interested in having children or anything like that, not at that particular time. So this is the way the thing adjusted. So I say that to say, in 1994, we went to a Native American mounds in Jackson, Tennessee, and we unearthed this spirit called Thunderdog. A Thunderdog. And if you ever buy the picture packet, which is about 70 photographs or 70 pictures of gods around the world, just go on the website. You just call this number 678-358-1055. And if you ever get the picture packet, there's a picture of Thunderdog in that package. It's a Native American form of Anubis. But it was a real living human that was in the ancestral realm when we went down to these mounds. And immediately when we went to these mounds, they opened Ginger up psychically. So, in the course of the next 2 years, I was trying to ask these different questions to the spirit world. I said, well, what happened to the shoe industry? What happened to this? They said, no, we worked around the clock to get you out of there to do this. You see what I'm saying? Even the thing with Ginger coming, you see what I'm saying? Because they knew I was supposed to have children. Now I say that because today when we get into this particular lecture, there's a certain amount of things happening. What's the name of this lecture?
Overcoming destiny and faith.
Right, overcoming destiny. So it's very key. It's a very important lecture based on where we end up. So this is not, it's going to be the basic dominant lecture where we give the particular information out, because learning is always key. But it's also going to be, well, where is this going? Where is this going? Something has to turn into something. Because when it can't be the thing of raising up the black race, because the black race is through. So what is our goal? And if it's not about, each one teach one, and, the masses and all of that type of thing, but we're going to get into some science on that too, on why that's not actually the case, but how we're all going to end up on a high level. Everybody. Even the crackhead or whatever. Everybody is going. Because this is not a monolithic thing. You see, the hoe, the crackhead, the drunk, the pedophile, it don't matter. Everybody is going to end up on a high plane. You see. The serial killer, mass murderer, everybody. You say, how can that be? Because the moralistic plane is the stuff that came about for society, just to keep boundaries and keep you in a certain flow of society. But we are actually energy, and in actuality, who we think we are, it doesn't even exist. It doesn't even exist. But there has to be something at this particular time where we go and say, well, what is all this? Well, why is it that out of all the people, you was able to learn something? Remember the movie on Magic City? He said, what is that all about? And had the police officer, he jumped in, I think he jumped in front of the train. He said, well, every now and then one of us wakes up. So if you're conscious now, that means that if you're conscious, that means that you woke up. Now it might be one of you out of 40 people. That's a very lonely thing. You see. But at this particular time, we talk about 2011. At this particular time, 11/11, there's a book. At this particular time, we have to find out, well, where is all this going? We just can't continue going to lectures and it don't turn into nothing. Where is this going? We need to find out, where do we fare in this state of our life? What is the payoff? What is the manifestation? Or what is the destiny? The rendezvous with destiny. You see what I'm saying? So we have to find out what's all this about. We see that Obama that thing feels on. I told people Obama was supposed to do one thing for black people only, and that's to win the presidency. Just to say that we have fulfilled all occupations in this country. But other than that, that's it. Because quiet as kept, a president can't really make you affluent or free you or anything like that. But it can only psychologically say that we did that. That was it. That was the only thing he was supposed to do. Because if you heard this nigga last week, he let you know that he was under assignment. Now let me explain what I mean. For the last 2 years, he licked white people boots and butts. The gay people came, don't ask, don't tell. He got in bed with them, bent over backwards. The Jews came, bent over backwards. The Republican Party, he's been bent over backwards with them. And this man did not say anything out of order for the last 3 years, close to 3 years. And he goes to the Congressional Black Caucus and tell people to quit whining, quit grumbling, take off your bedroom shoes, and put on marching boots. Wait a minute, hold on now, wait a minute. We didn't hear nothing from you complain when Rush Limbaugh was calling you Obama the Magic Negro. You didn't say nothing. So much to white people were saying, when is this man going to have a backbone? And then you're going to go to the Congressional Black Caucus and you're going to use the time to say, quit grumbling, quit whining. You see what I'm saying? At a time when black people, do you know they say black people now are in the depression era? They always say white people in a recession, black people are in the depression. So the Congressional Black Caucus was one of the people that say, we have done the numbers and it's almost 17%. Depression era is where black people are faring in this financial situation. The problem here is that whole thing about, a bumblebee based on the body structure and the wings, man, it's not supposed to fly. But because it don't know it's not supposed to fly, it flies anyway. We have been poor so long until now we have dropped to the lowest in the country, and it's just like another day to us. People are baffled. You know what I'm saying? People are baffled. White people got to kill themselves on a little recession, but now they're saying, based on black people, we are in the depression era, but yet black people walk around like it's 1980. You know what I'm saying? Like it's 1980. Now what that's also saying is trying to tell you something about yourself, that it's something that's happened to us and we don't know it. We have become gods. A god is the only person that can rise above its situation haphazardly. It means that you are in another dimension where you're supposed to be, because they are all saying, we don't understand why they ain't riots in the streets. I said, now you need to visit some other niggas for that. We ain't been at it in a while because, believe it or not, they were saying that unemployment been 15% since 1982 for black people. You see what I'm saying? So obviously, we have learned how to function, you see what I'm saying, even in poverty. You see, so in so many words, you say, well, what's the solution? Because they talk about a double-dip recession. Well, say, well, you need to get some science on, try to learn how the black people know how to live when you ain't got shit. And so in so many words, that means that you have already become gods and don't even know it. That you can function in, and not only that, you're functioning at a time when food is higher, gas is higher, utilities are higher. You see what I'm saying? You're functioning at that time, but it's like nothing seems, if you say, well, look at our people all on the street on the down, well, we've been that way since 1865, so what's new? the addiction burns up. They just don't get, they can get off of it because whatever it was keeping them addicted, it just burned up. Now that might have something to do with melanin able to morph into, you see what I'm saying? Whatever form it hits it. You see. Whatever form it hits it. You see, so it's a very interesting thing that's actually happening. And so what happened was, so we're going to go into that, but I'm going to go into a certain amount of things that that's been happening to me. So somebody ought to kind of check that thing and see if I'm in view. If you can still see me, don't move the camera. Just,
yeah, you're good.
Okay, I'm good. Okay, I was going to say that. I'm going to get into a couple of things. Let's see, the first thing I want to get into is this. They just killed a number 2 Al-Qaeda member. Now, Al-Qaeda is a government organization started by the United States and Britain and Illuminati. Now, they had one guy, an imam. They used to try to bring him on Sean Hannity to try to embarrass him, but he always tear their ass up, so they stopped bringing him on. His brother. He said, I've been going to Islamic conventions since 1974. And we in the Islamic community have never heard of anything called Al-Qaeda. Never. We know that your boy died in 2001, Bin Laden. That's why they didn't show you nobody coming, they're going to bury him at sea and all this kind of stuff here. You see. And all of this. This other guy, now you say, what does this got to do with us? It's got a lot to do with you. It's got a lot to do with you. It's all about you. That's what it's all about. Now, the guy that they killed yesterday, the day before yesterday, Al-Awlaki, whatever the shit is, was from America. He was from America. Al-Awlaki or whatever was from America. And he became the number 2 Al-Qaeda man. They're saying more powerful than Bin Laden because he could speak English. You see what I'm saying? Now, so they killed him because yeah, they can kill him. It's their organization. It's interesting. After the Twin Towers, everybody that try to do something terroristically, they get them before they could actually do it. And we know if you want to blow up something, you wouldn't tell nobody, you just do it. Right. You see what I'm saying? So now, they killed this guy, supposedly. And he's from America. Now let me go into what this is about. What this is really about. Okay. There's a group of white boys that stands up downtown New York around Times Square. Used to be the black Hebrew Israelites. Stand up downtown, call white people the devil, read it out the Bible, and nobody does anything to it. Well, nobody does anything to it. Well, you know, they got Hebrew groups that started in New York in the 1800s. Whole families that can read Hebrew. So as a result, sometime in the 1970s, to put an awful stain on those original Hebrew groups, the government produced these people to stand up and curse people out and call the white man the devil and all that, with all the chains and all that stuff on downtown New York. So this is what the original Hebrew people who grew up in the Hebrew thing, but they had Hebrew groups starting in the 1800s. They said, no, that was a government group. It was put out to cast a spell over all of us, to delegitimize us. So all of a sudden, sometime in the 1990s, where the black Hebrew Israelites used to be, they got these white Muslims that stand up talking terrorist threats, called Revolution Muslim. Revolution Muslim. So they made one or two mini terrorists. Now remember now, this is all set up by the United States government. So when Barack Obama went to the Congressional Black Caucus and told you to quit whining and quit grumbling and get off your house shoes, so that's some ghetto shit. He was on assignment by the people who tell him what to do. Now this man came off a whole week apologizing to the Jews based on Palestine getting to Israel, getting their own state, Palestinian state. And so the boy came, one of the guys from Texas that's running for president, Perry. Perry comes out and talks shit about Obama, saying he don't like Jews. And Obama apologizes all week. And he goes in, and the man from Palestine comes in, and they do their stuff for the Palestinian state. And then, I think it was that Friday or that Thursday, and then Barack Obama goes into the Congressional Black Caucus and blasts black people. Get off your bedroom shoes. Quit whining. And they're like, who the fuck are you talking to? You see, he was on assignment. See, what happened was, what's your girl from California? Maxine Waters and them blew his cover because when he said, I'm going to hit the road to do my job plan, he went to all them little white states, hugged the little white babies, and they were like, well, wait a minute, hold on, we're in the worst state ever. You can't come through here. So it embarrassed him. But then again, it's not about that because he's been embarrassed by white people all the last 2.5 years. But he's on assignment, so whoever is his boss, tell him, we want you to go, and you can tell how it's set up. If he would have came in at the beginning and said, you need to quit whining, you need to get off your house shoes, you people go, wait, hold on. He might have had some people who stand up in the audience. So what the fuck you talking about? No, but what he did was, it was clever. Now, anybody know about preaching? There's a part about preaching. We call it down south. It's the preacher, he'll come up and he'll do his sermon. Then he goes on a rant like what they call it, the glory road. And that's the glory. You get ready to get out of church. When he get ready to go to glory, I said, thank God. He done got on the glory road path. Now he gonna bring it on home. So that's what Barack Obama did. He waited to a certain point and he started going into that preaching mode. Put up your bedroom shoes. Quit whining. And so the people, because they're so used to that, it kind of messed some of the black people up. So they didn't even catch it at first, and they go, wait a minute, this motherfucker talking shit. But he was on assignment. He was on assignment. You understand what I'm saying? You see, for whatever it was, you see what I'm saying? Just like the Herman Cain. And what's that girl name? Janine Garofalo, the comedian, busted out on your boy's show. He was on MSNBC, Countdown with Keith Olbermann. And she came on, and about a month before that, I said, wait a minute, somebody paid him to be in there. So let me explain how this goes. If you got a black candidate and he's the only one running, he's running unopposed, nobody from the Democrat is going to run, you see what I'm saying, and knock his chances off. So, it's Obama versus a whole bunch of white people. So the loop kind of lopsided. So what they did is they paid Herman Cain to come in and run. Now he know he ain't got a snowball chance in hell. Hell, they didn't like the light-skinned Negro. You think they gonna like Uncle Ben up in that motherfucker? Come on. But they put him in there, and guess what? He's brilliant. If you ever hear that one, he one of the best candidates. Like, people like, damn. I was like, oh shit, this motherfucking nigga is sharp. But see, they had to have somebody juxtaposed to Barack Obama. You see, the most stupid person, the Rick Perry, whatever his name is. You see what I'm saying? And your girl, she just make all kinds of mistakes, historical flaws. had to do that so it can look like an even race. You see what I'm saying? So, but you got to realize all this is on assignment. All this is on assignment. More than likely, Barack Obama probably will win it again. You see what I'm saying? You see, since there ain't no such thing as you winning by vote anyway.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Who's counting? Who's looking at the people who count the data? If George Bush can win, certainly Barack Obama can win again. So what I'm trying to say here is, when he came to the Congressional Black Caucus, it's an assignment. Now, let's go further into this experiment. They got this group, white group called Revolution Muslims. And they go down by Times Square, and they just stand on the street and talk terrorist threats and all kinds of stuff. Okay. I drink this vitamin water because I think 50 Cent bought it. You know, 50 Cent is a part owner of this, so I think, you know, it ain't about you giving no money, but I figure, hell, we drink all this stuff with white people doing, at least if the brothers into it, I guess I need to drink this too. So, you know, and it's pretty good. So this Revolution Muslim is a group, and they stand up and do terrorist threats. We're going to quote a libation in a minute. They stand up and they do terrorist threats. So all of a sudden, sometime this spring, they got in trouble. See if you still see me on there.
Yeah, you good.
Okay, sometime this spring, I guess I got to, you know, stand here because the people there, you know. They got in trouble. Some terrorists did some stuff they did. And they said, well, wait a minute. One of the guys that they was trying to catch, they said, well, where is he now? They said he left the country. Now remember, this is the government organization. I got to listen very close to what I'm trying to say. They said he left the country. They said, where did he go? They said he went to Morocco. Why did he go to Morocco? Why did Morocco give this guy with a terrorist threat asylum? He couldn't go to London because they got the hate laws over there. You know, Farrakhan can't go to London to this day. Chuck D and none of them, and you know, can go to London. You know, when I was over in London, they asked me about the making of the white man. I said, I don't know what the hell you talking about. You know, I started singing some Beverly Hillbillies on there. I said, hell no, I don't know what you're talking about. Because they got hate laws over there. You see what I'm saying? You know, so why did Morocco take this terrorist threat person? And even a terrorist threat is an act of terrorism. So these countries can deny you. No, you can't come up in here. Why did Morocco? Morocco took him because he was a citizen of the Moroccan government, this white boy. Why? Because the American government who set these white boys up, the first thing they do is make you citizens of the Moroccan treaty, the Moroccan government. Does this sound familiar to you? Any of you Moors up in here? Let me tell you what's getting ready to happen. You ain't got nothing to do with the white boys. Now listen to what's going on. I told people this in New York. This guy fled to Morocco because they're under the Moroccan treaty, just like these Moors out here under the Moroccan treaty. And the UCC and all of that. Now stick with me on this. That's why I don't fill out no fucking paperwork. Now if you did it and you was ignorant, don't worry, you protected. See, God protects fools. Beggars and fools are crazy people. But now you've been warned. You see, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. You see, or like George W. Bush, fool me once and fool me twice. Well, you just can't be fooling me. You know? But this is what's happening. The Moors are under the Moroccan treaty, which automatically makes you citizens of the Moroccan government. Now the United States, what they did, or the people that run this thing, they got these white boys to get hooked up onto the Moroccan treaty. Okay? And these white boys are not only a member of the Moroccan treaty, but they are a member of Al-Qaeda, which is an American government. And that means that the Moors are members of fucking Al-Qaeda. And when they killed that motherfucker the other day, that was for you. Now you think I'm bullshitting? Well, CNN last Monday announced, before they killed this Al-Zawahiri guy, they announced that the NYPD was going after the Moroccans in New York. They weren't talking about the citizens of Morocco. They were talking about the Moors, because the Moors are under the Moroccan treaty. So they announced that they were going after the Moors on Monday. Now they had already had the Moors on the terrorist group when they locked up the Moors down in Florida that was trying to blow up the World Trade Center, and they sentenced them in 2009. You see, so the Revolution Muslim group, the Moors here, or the Moors around the country, they are all under the Moroccan treaty, including that guy Al-Zawahiri, whatever his name. He was an American citizen. He was the mentor to have these white revolutionary Muslims. You see what I'm saying? It's called Muslim Revolution. Go up on the website, it's called Muslim Revolution. He was a mentor to them, and they're all under the Moroccan treaty. And so these big mouth niggas running this Moorish shit, that's right, you terrorists now. And I've been counting this thing down for we've been on this one since 93. Since 93. You see what I'm saying? There used to be a people with a bunch of fez on, stand on the corner and say, you know, we came over, the slaves came over. In 93 they were saying that the slaves came over on trains. Now how you get a train and come across the Atlantic Ocean? Now they don't went from the slaves coming over the trains to being law students. See what I'm saying? You see. So they're locking people up. You know. But I just want to let you know how that's doing. The guy that they killed the other day, before they killed him on Monday, they announced that the NYPD was going after the Moroccans. Wait a minute, that's like saying, well, you can't say, well, let's say the NYPD said we was going after the Jews. Well, the Jews are a certain group of people, a certain race of people. You see what I'm saying? Or let's say we're going after black people. So when they specifically said that, they were not talking about the Moroccan community from Morocco. They were talking about the people under the Moroccan treaty. They were talking about the Moors. You see what I'm saying? Now you look, you already signed up on it. Look, when I came to D.C., do a lecture for TJ. That's where me and my queen hooked up. Was doing a lecture for TJ. That night, after we did the lecture, he came back and he showed me all his papers. Signed by Colin Powell. He had diplomatic immunity and all of that. Signed off by Colin Powell. Now TJ, as you know, just went to doing a little time or whatever. They jammed him up. But if he had diplomatic immunity, and I saw the papers, I saw the actual documents, signed by Colin Powell. But if he had diplomatic immunity, why did he go to prison? Well, under diplomatic immunity, it's based on each administration got to sign off on it. So he was signed up on Colin Powell. So in order to be get diplomatic immunity now, he would have had to been signed off by Hillary Clinton. Because every time an administration changes, you got to redo this. So the point I'm trying to make here is, I saw his papers where he was signed off diplomatic immunity, Colin Powell, with a Moroccan treaty. I saw it with my own eyes. So I know that this shit exists. You see what I'm saying? I just want to put that out there to let you know. They have already announced last Monday that they're going after the Moors. They will say Moroccans. This nonsense on CNN. And then they killed this guy who was from America, who was a mentor from the Muslim revolution, the white boys. You see what I'm saying? And they're under the Moroccan treaty because when they fled to Morocco, Morocco took them in because they're citizens. And all that's under Al-Qaeda. That's why most of the faces that they showed you after 9/11, the people that got caught, all the terrorists, the guy, the shoe bomber, the underwear bomber, they were all black people. You see what I'm saying? So they slowly whittling this thing down to tie it in to you. And it's got something to do, run from anything where you put your name on anything. You see what I'm saying? Where you put your name on anything, will deal with anything outside of this country. You got to become incognito because that's not your destiny. Your destiny is to become God's. Y'all all right?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to get into all that. I'm going to post some libations. Get the gods in. And we're going to set up overhead later on. And we got a lot of stuff. We're going to post some libations. And this is Canadian Hunter. I'm dealing with anything the Hunter. The Hunter is the Yoruba god Oshosi. Oshosi is the Hunter. And the Hunter is also Orion. So the Hunter is also Osiris, Orion's belt. And we're going to deal a lot with Orion and Sirius. And we're going to go into the science of Ramadan, which came out of ancient Kemet. And see, the priests only ate after sundown 365 days. Just they set aside a festival period when Sirius was in the sky in the summer for the rest of the people in ancient Kemet. You see what I'm saying? To practice, and then later on, but how the Muslims got it. Remember now, that Arabia ain't nothing but Northeast Africa. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of those customs that the Muslims have, you see what I'm saying, and stuff that came straight out of Kemet, came straight out of Africa. That's why you see the star Sirius in the Quran. This is the God who created both male and female from one singularly ejaculated semen. This is the God of Sirius. Now in Egypt, the Lord of Sirius is Osiris. You see what I'm saying? As well as Isis, the goddess of Sirius, stone sea. The throne, her thing is called the throne of Sirius. You see what I'm saying? This is the Lord of Sirius. That's in the surah of the star. There's a surah of the cow. That's Heru Hathor. They got the surah of the moon. That's Tahuti and Khonsu. You see. Remember now, Muhammad couldn't read or write to the day he died. So the person who put that down was a literate person. We know now that Bilal wrote the Quran. You see, Bilal wrote the Quran. That was the person. And they would call him a slave later on. But if he was a slave, why the hell he was able to go back to Ethiopia? You know, he returned to Ethiopia. They say where the place of Cush, where man is never wrong. You see what I'm saying? So we're going to pour libations, and I'm going to go into my ordeal. But like I say, what we're dealing with now is not necessarily you gaining knowledge to know who you are. We got to find out where we fare as gods. We've been saying we are gods. So it's got to become a time where we go, well, wait a minute, how do we put this to use? Or how do we tap into that field? See, this is where we are. Now, we late in the game for the simple fact I've been doing this for 19 years. I've been studying this stuff over 20-something years. So it's got to come a time where we say, well, where does all this shit lock in? And that's where we are. That's the destiny. You see, that's the destiny. So I'm going to tell you a series of things and events that's happening. You see, the events that's happening is going to go deeper into this type of stuff. And one's got something to do with my mother. I wish it wasn't her that went through this, because the simple fact is, you know, because people go, oh, he talking about his mama. That's, you know, like that. I wish it was somebody else. Then I could say, you know, I don't have a connection with this particular person, but it didn't happen to nobody. It happened to my mother. And this type of thing, what I'm trying to say here is, most people, when your people die, you ain't heard from their ass never again. Every now and then when you experience them in dreams, and you ever dream about your parents or dream about somebody, when you do that, that's a visitation. They're coming to you for a reason. You see what I'm saying? They're coming to you for a reason. But most of you never, what we have to find out now is if this is just one segment of life, then what happens to you when you go on to another portion? They say, well, you just got another assignment. It might not be in the physical world. You see what I'm saying? The physical world is the lowest world, and the physical world is the unreal world. It don't even exist. So if the physical world don't even exist, it's unreal. And what happens when you come and you raise up out of that? And there's a whole heavens and cosmos. What do we do? What do those people do when they leave this particular plane of existence and go to another reality? You see, another reality. So that's what we're going to get into together. See, we're sophisticated enough now to track shit other than the five senses. You see, other than the five senses. So we got to break these particular mysteries down. There's things that's happening. You see, there's things that's happening, and these people have other assignments. I was talking to Martin Luther King when his wife died. He said, oh yeah, that's a long time ago. Talking about his existence here. He gave me some long-ass name of what he was now. And a whole nother feel of what he's doing now. See what I'm saying? So we can't track this type of stuff. We're going to get into that today. But now I hit home with some stuff that happened to my mother. So what I'm saying again, we have to push this thing along so that we can begin to track ourselves as what we are turning into. Or what we have already become. You see, let me post some libations. The first one I'm going to post is to the Archangel Castiel. Now I'm going to spit this. No,
You good?
We good, yeah. We deal with some. We deal with hydro fuel. We mess around with water and shit. It's rain out there and stuff. They want some fermentation. You see. Okay, Castiel. Oshosi. Aset. Sa. Heru. Heteru. Segment. Section. Michael. Gabriel. Raphael. Uriel. Sachiel. Haniel. Uriel. Oshun, Lepa, Oy, Shango, Ishu, Kali, Bass, Butcher, Doom, Suket, Set, Sutex, Setex, Tayamat, Sarabanda, Maja de Luna, Mama Shoda, Francisco Siete Reyes, San Simon, Dominico, El Cristo Rey, Las Nurses and Tranquilla, Shiva, Sambo. Word for Sambo. Sambo is the god Shiva. Shiva, one of his names is Sambo. You get to say Sambo, Sambudasia. So Sambudasia is in Asia. That's named after Sambo, and Sambo is Shiva, the god Shiva. You see what I'm saying? So this black Sambo, that's saying God is black. You see. So Shiva, Vishnu, Kali, Lakshmi. Coming up on Lakshmi's Day, we're going to get into some of this. This October the 16th. October the 14th is Durga. October the 16th is Lakshmi. Very powerful because there's going to be a comet called Element coming on that day. Why do they say Element? Took the M off. So, Lakshmi, Sarasvati, Mawa, Lisa, Durga, Timu, Utija, Pieta, Chiola, Ogumu, Shumala, Anubis, Neptet, Nut, Mut, Kingu, Shomu, Anana, Boetia, Lipa, Neteru, Dionysus, Bacchus, okay. They are to all gods known and unknown. Ashe. What? Hemic family, Shaw family, Davis family, Ferguson family. You start calling out your family members, 1, 2, 3. Ashe, 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 Ashe. To all gods known and unknown. Ashe. Gods and goddesses known and unknown. Ashe. To all ancestors known and unknown. Ashe. So now we're going to deal with why we worship the ancestors. But when we was worshiping the ancestors, we was actually worshiping the gods. And the gods used to be, the gods ended up being our ancestors. You see, that's when the Egyptians said, well, they said, we had about 11,000 years of rule. And they said, well, the Greeks said, well, who used to rule before that? They said, that's when a whole bunch of gods used to rule. So who was the bunch of gods? We were the gods before we fell into the physical. This is just our physical existence. Before that, we used to rule on the God realm. So that's what we got to get back to. So, to deal with this all started, well actually it started last year with the oil spill. The oil spill was done on purpose by BP. It was done on purpose. They blew the record and all that kind of stuff. But you know, the BP people all cashed their money in on Wall Street. They all sold their stocks. What, about 2 weeks or a month before the oil spill? All of the big things, they sold all their stocks. Okay. They blew the oil spill. They kept you seeing the oil floating out almost close to 3 months. Then they capped it. Then it was all based on the cleanup. So what they did in the cleanup effort, what they did was they decided that the government said, we're gonna let BP clean it up. So BP can do what they want to do. What BP had done was that BP had created a dispersant. This oil dispersant is called Corexin. It's a BP, BP owns Corexin. So they blew up the oil well to contaminate the water, which is also in the book of Revelations. It's called contaminated water. That's something in the future. That happened in 2010. You see what I'm saying? Also, there was a book called Egyptian Origins of the Book of Revelations, put out by a guy by the name of what's that guy's name? Called Egyptian Origins of the Book of Revelations, and it was put out by a guy called John C. Pippin. John C. Pippin. And they have it in there about the contaminated waters that they got off the pyramid text or the Papyrus of Ani. So, what happened was they blew it up, then they started dropping this Corexin, which is the dispersants to clean it up. Now, the dispersants to clean it up, they already showed you in the 1996-97 movie, Dean Koontz Phantoms. Write that down. Dean Koontz Phantoms is the name of the movie. Now, this melanated entity came and hit this town. It was a phantom. It was a what is a melanin? Is a mysterious flowing entity. It is actually God incarnate. And it hit this town, and then also the United States government came in. And in order to destroy this black substance. First of all, it took over this black man's body and said, the black man said, study my skin. Write the gospel, but do not leave. So it was a black substance that took over this brother's body, and he said, study my skin. So how did they kill it? They killed it with some substance, some dispersants that they used to clean up the Exxon Valdez oil spill. And it neutralizes carbon. Melanin is carbon. Oil is nothing but carbon. So they killed this melanated deity by using the dispersants that help clean up the Exxon Valdez oil spill in Alaska. Okay? Now, Dean Koontz wrote this book in 1983. Exxon Valdez didn't even start, was 1989. So they added that in there by the time the movie came out. Okay, now so check it out. Check it out. This new correction, they dropped in Africa. After they dropped it in Africa, the entire continent of Europe banned this thing, including England. It's banned. But BP dropped it in the waters here, and they're going to drop it for the next 10 years. They're going to drop it to the next 10 years. So what happens is this. A guy came all the way. There was a guy that lives in Brazil. He's never been in this country. He's in his 70s or 80s. He's a Babalawo under the Candomblé system. That's a form of, Yoruba. You got Candomblé, you got Santeria in the Caribbean and all, in Latin America. You got Candomblé and Kimbanda in Brazil. So this guy from Brazil calls and says, black people in America, he's never been here, should not eat nothing out of the sea. Nothing out of the sea. So what happens is this. Now, I'm going to tell you, I got a thing. I'm going to give you my number when we put it up on the thing. You can get in contact with me, and you can purchase this. You can purchase this DVD on the oil spill. In the DVD, they say, well, if BP blew up their own oil record, why did they do it? So they got all these people from around the world talking about this. So when they want to say something that's devastating to give you the real truth, they go to a guy with his back looking in a computer on one picture, still picture. You don't know who he is, and this is what he says. He said, he said they want to kill off what the Illuminati call useless eaters. He said they want to kill off the useless eaters. He said what? He said black people from around the Gulf Coast. He said a lot of them moved to Texas. A lot of them moved to Atlanta, but he said a lot of them moved to Texas, which is concerned with that. The reason why Texas brought them in, because that's a state that executes people. You see. So a lot of them moved to Texas. You see what I'm saying? First thing they did when they got to Texas is the regular black people from Houston committed crimes. They hushed that up and blamed all the crimes that regular black people that was committing, because we committed some damn crimes now. Oh, these beautiful people, yeah, let a motherfucker break in your goddamn house. You ever had your shit broke into? That's a dehumanizing feeling when your TV set gone. That's dehumanizing shit. It take you a couple months to recuperate from that shit. You know it ain't nothing but a damn So the black people in Houston was committing the crimes. They was blaming it all on the people from Katrina. You see what I'm saying? Now, the guy said, no, they're trying to kill off the useless eaters. The useless eaters. That's what they're trying to kill off. See if I'm still in the view. Yeah. They're trying to kill off the useless eaters. Now, let me explain what this thing does. This correction, and they got it on the tape, this correction, it's amazing how you didn't see a whole lot of fish dead. They had the tsunami and they had thousands of fish dead. You didn't see what happened was this correction, it's a phantom enough that the fish can eat it and don't die. But if you eat any of the seafood, it attacks the melanin. So you're eating this stuff that attacks the melanin, this correction. So the first thing happens is you will develop a cough. Anybody have had coughs during the winter, and then in the summer came, this coughs didn't go away, and you still got mucus, and the mucus didn't go away? Or the winter we're gonna have mucus, and when June and July come, your mucus supposed to clear up and all this shit. But now they got mucus that's not going away. So when the guy called and said nobody should eat any fish or anything out of the sea, because what it is they're dropping the correction, and because they let BP clean it up, BP is going to drop the correction for the next 10 years, and it's a slow kill. So what it is here, you first come down with mucus. It's a slow kill. Now the people in the Gulf Coast are getting sick immediately. So I came down with this cough in January. I said, whatever. No, I think it was like January or March or whatever. And then July came and I was still coughing. So the first thing my queen did is Yemenyah, the goddess Yemenyah, came to and said, tell Bobby, don't get off the seafood. And then the guy called, the guy from Brazil, he got a babalawo that was over here, that called and said, well, he knows somebody, one of the babalawos is in contact with somebody over here, called and said, the other guy said, don't eat nothing from the sea. So what it is this correction, what it does is it gets in the fish, and it is directly designed to destroy the melanin, but it's a slow kill. So what the spirit world say, no, we're going to give it to you, because what it is, when you got a higher sensitive level, see, I have what is called an illuminated voice box. It's the throat chakra. That way I can go I have gone into gymnasiums and auditoriums and spoke and didn't need a microphone. That's because it's an illuminated heart chakra, a throat chakra. So, but what happens here is when something is heightened, you're going to first be sensitive to things. It's going to show up. So the mucus started coming, and I developed this cough. That's because my throat chakra, that is on a high level, was sensitive to it. So therefore, they were saying, no, we're going to let you see, because the other people, it's a slow kill. They're not going to catch on like that because of the vibration. A lot of people are so low. And also, so I started coughing and stuff, and so I got off the fish. They started taking my appetite, so I went through a form of Ramadan in June. Well, I just couldn't eat nothing until after sundown. Then I went July, whole month, couldn't eat nothing after sundown. Then I went to Ramadan. I said, well, I'm already practicing it. Couldn't eat nothing. Start the process of elimination. I had gotten off of beef in 2010. Start getting off stuff like soy's mucus forming and stuff like that. Soy gives you a brain poison. Calcifies the pineal gland. That's why it's in all the health food stores. And most health food products are made out of soy. You see, so what happened was, start getting off all the stuff. Got all the meat. Now I was a vegetarian and most of the 90s. 97, I went in celebration and got back on the meat. But you know something happened? I was a vegetarian about 7 years, and I headed out for Kentucky Fried Chicken. I ate that chicken that first night. I'll tell you what happened. It was in 97. I was a vegetarian. You see what I'm saying? When you got back on me, the day I ate that Kentucky Fried Chicken for the first time, do you know I came down with paralysis? I was on the floor and I couldn't move my arms or my legs for about 20 minutes. That's how much the body went in shock with that foreign agent and that poison. Now remember what Scott Whitaker said, that he had a guy that worked for Kentucky Fried Chicken, and they had to go and take him to get the chicken from the corporate plant. And when they went to go get the chicken, they came out, the people had on suits like oil spill suits or radiation suits. They had on radiation suits, and they had the chicken that had a skull and crossbones on the damn box. And they pushed that shit out to him. Well, I could imagine, because when I ate that stuff, I went into paralysis for about 20 minutes. But it was all she wrote after that. So for 12 years, I was back on the meat. Well, this is when I knew something was wrong. When I went vegan, and I was still producing mucus. The spirit like, no, because I got off the meat. So I was off the meat two weeks, and the angel showed up. I'm going to the science of that. The angel showed up. I'm going to show you what that's all about. After that, after Ramadan, I went on a fast for 3 weeks. I lost 50 pounds. And I said, well, I'm going to go to my birthday. My birthday is November 28th. I turned 50. I'm going to fast all the way to my birthday. But what happens after the 4th day or 5th day, you don't have an appetite. But then they took my appetite in June. So I was like, if I don't have an appetite, why am I eating meat? So I was going to fast, and that was like a juice fast. And I did it for 3 weeks. But what happened was, I said, I'm going to wait until my stomach go down. But then I said, the spirit said, no, you didn't get the stomach for eating food. You got the stomach because it's a Buddha stomach. The yogis get it. So if you wait on that, and I look at my body, I believe I'm going to tell you the truth. I had to start back eating because I had lost all my ass. You know how you see them Jews in them concentration camps walking around like that shit? I look like a big stomach baby, no ass, no shoulders and all. I lost about 60 pounds. And that's when I knew, because my ass started itching. I said, what the fuck is this? It's scratching. But what it is, see, once you start losing it, what happens is you go on a fast. First thing it does is the juice comes through and it cleans out all the food out your body. Then it starts stripping off the colon, stripping off those particles, probably from the last 12 years of meat. Then I just start shitting out straight juice. So once they stripped them particles off, the carb went away, the mucus went away and all of that. And then it start tapping in. And I see now they say about a moment on the lips, a lifetime on the hips. And women, it goes straight to your ass. Well, men got muscle back there, but you got a little fat back there. So the mucus and the fat back there started eating that shit. And I said, wait a minute, hold on. And stuff like that. And I said, shit, I had to go back to my pants from 1990. 1997, before I got on the West Coast, because I ran out of all the belt loops and stuff like that. Belt loops. Now, and so the key here was, so I'm back vegan. You see what I'm saying? Now this is the point about it was, so the carb went away and all of that went away. But the point I'm trying to make here is I had to go through this particular ordeal. Now one of the ordeals I had to go through, and this is the crux of the lecture we're going to be talking about tonight, was I entered into a realm, an angelic realm. We're going to go into the science today. And I'm going to tell you who the angels are and why they're the most powerful. I'm gonna tell you who they ain't. We're gonna go into the science. So I entered into this particular realm, and in that realm, you can't have nothing, no dead carcass products. So in so many words, they took me through hell just to get me off the meat again, because I made a vow in the damn 2000 or the 90s, I'd never get off meat and I will never fast again. When I got through, I got off the meat and I went on a fast for 3 weeks, and I was gonna go. Fast is cool because you lose your appetite. So I was gonna go to my birthday until my ass disappeared. You see, and I said, wait a minute, I'm looking like this concentration camp motherfucker. And so she said, then I said, no, your ass is malnutrition now. But what it is what happened was this here. So a sister called the other night and said, one sister called Miss Blue on the blog talk and said, well, we don't know, we think, is Bobby dead? So Linda was like, no, because she went through the vegan thing too. You see, and so they said, no, he went through a transformation. So you are sensing, because you, on this realm, you ain't feeling something, and he's going through a transformation. It is a form of death. But what happened with the fast is this here. That's why they say Jesus went on the fast for 40 days. You see what I'm saying, like that? And he saw God or heard God or whatever type thing. Well, that's a sign that Jesus is you. You are the Jesus. There ain't no man in no desert in Jerusalem. That's you. He took your birth like that historical bullshit that didn't happen. That's you. This is the whole story of Jesus is what you went through. So a death, you say the death on the cross. You take your hand, do like this and hold it out. That's your cross. The cross is the human body. In Egypt, it's called the mummy. Death in the mummy. Osiris is the death in the mummy. You see what I'm saying? So what's happening here is when you go on the fast and your body's used to getting nutrition, and then what starts happening after about that 3rd week, your body starts eating itself. It starts taking all the shit it can do for nutrition. So they found my ass. And they start eating my fucking ass. I said, wait a minute, I don't want to be down to do some bones back there. You see what I'm saying? I said, I'm trying to wait it out. They said, no, you can't do that, because remember now, that's the pregnancy from the Buddha thing. This is what the yogis go through with the stomach. Remember, you had the stomach before you started gaining weight. That's the thing. Because what happened here is that knowledge is food. Melanin is Akashic records, and it's nutrition. Melanin has stores knowledge, and the knowledge is a nutrition. It's a new protein. It's a new protein. So what they're saying here is what's going to happen to you as the gods, there's a protein in you that's developed, and you eat from that. That's that manna from heaven. But that's melanin. Melanin has proteins in it. Has everything in the universe. You see, in the universe. So what happened was, because I was gaining so much knowledge, my stomach started getting bigger based on the proteins. The proteins. You see what I'm saying? There's a whole thing they did on Egypt. The Egyptologists came together and put all this stuff. But the Egyptologists are on the mandate for the governments to say that they can't tell anybody the shit is metaphysics. Or just the pharaohs being dead and all this kind of stuff here. So what they did is they took all the research they did for the last 100 years, gave it to a woman, and she went in the early 2000s, wrote these texts. It's called the Isis Thesis. What's that woman's name?
King.
Huh?
King.
Judy K. King. And in there they say, well, to get to this God level, the race is going to produce a protein. The DNA is going to produce a protein. That's the form of the melanin getting to a God-like state. A God-like state. So in order to do this, the spirits, in order to do this, when I entered into that realm, what had happened was this. Let me explain how that was doing. Although the corruption and all that shit with the fish and all that, and it's a slow kill, so you got to get off the seafood. That shit is dangerous, and they're dumping that shit now to this day. They're dumping it to this day. You see, it's all the same government shit. You see what I'm saying? It's correct, and they own it. Let me tell you, they dumped this shit in Africa. You remember the Africans was dying with AIDS? But they had a sister who grew up in a voodoo community from Dahomey. So she wanted the original shit. And she diagnosed people based on the spirit world. So people will come to her and she can tell you what's going on and diagnose your shit in the spirit realm. You know, they got people that can take their hand and stick in your body and pull out all kind of disease and shit. You see what I'm saying? All kind of diseases. So I can cure you with just some liquor. The right kind of liquor can cure you. So this woman can diagnose you. So this woman, they brought this woman from Africa in 2006. Brought her to the Mohawk School of Medicine. What's my man that used to work at Mohawk School of Medicine? Dr. Charles Finch. So he made it possible. So we all went to see this woman. So she had a little dog baby in her hand. It was a white dog baby, but you know, you got to realize now. See, the Africans don't look at race the way we look at race. They look at people from other parts of Africa as race. That's why they go to war with other Africans. See, what happens when you live on a continent where 90% of the people are dark skinned? And you're not a minority. So she had a dog baby, you know, had a white dog baby. And people kept saying, well, you know, why you got that white dog baby she's holding in her hand? And she was like in her late 50s. She said, that was one of my twins. That was my twin sister that died. When I was born, I had a twin sister that didn't make it here. And so this is her. Now that's the story. Kunsu had a sister, a brother that died and didn't make it into this world. So it's like a shadow. It's like another double spirit that's attached to you. It also happened, Krishna had a brother named Balarama that died and didn't make it in this world. So the dog baby she had represented that other child or whatever. It's a spirit thing. So she diagnosed all these types of diseases. People come from all over the world. So somebody asked her about AIDS. She said, she was like late 50s, early 60s. She said, I done diagnosed every disease she knows. I have never heard of anything or saw anything that even named AIDS. I have never seen AIDS or nothing like that. So her conclusion was, well, I have seen people sick with other things that the World Health Organization and the people over there diagnosed as AIDS, but I never saw AIDS. So when they dropped this correction, there was an oil spill over there in Nigeria. And they got a permanent oil spill. It spills all the time. So what they did is they dropped this correction. They dropped this correction over there. And the people started dying. Let me see. It was 70 on the continent, 75,000 a month. And they was calling it AIDS. Over here was just giving you AZT, calling it AIDS. If you had money, like Magic Johnson, you see what I'm saying? They don't give you the AZT. And you so fat now, his head look like he swallowed the fucking basketball. See what I'm saying? So that's a whole politics thing. That's a germ warfare or AZT poison. So anyway, when it comes to this correction and stuff, once that happened in Africa, they banned it in Europe and in England. And now they dropped it over the seas here, and it's going to really kill melanated people and a lot of white people. Because a lot of white people, gene pools is all mixed up. You see, just like Paul Mooney said, you shake a white person family tree and a nigger will fall out. So that's called, you know, so that's what's going on with that. Now, with the diet, what had happened was I had entered into this angelic realm, the Neteru realm. And I entered into this realm, but I had all this stuff in me based on the diet. And the side effects of being in that realm, I had more mucus and more stuff like that because it was contrasting in a realm where you got to be pure. So, in order to get the full effect on this thing, to lock into this realm, I had lock into this particular realm. You see what I'm saying? So, lock into this realm. Now, let me go into some other things. Because what we're talking about here is the day when they killed Troy Davis. First of all, they killed him on the equinox. So the government's equinox is the 21st. The spiritual community is the 22nd and the 23rd. But they give the 21st because they don't want people focusing on the real day, which is the 22nd and the 23rd. So they lock it in as the 21st. So they killed him on the 21st. And they killed him close to the 22nd. You know, they killed the other guy that drove the boy down the street. The guy down the street killed him on the same day. You see, these are rituals. These are rituals that's going on. You see. Now, so what happens here is, now we got to do this thing here. We got to do this. I have to do this. If your child makes any noise is going on that camera, and the people all over this country will call me and curse me out. So you got to leave the building. You got to go to the back room or whatever and stuff like that. That's the policy based on if you was in CNN, we was on Piers Morgan tonight. You wouldn't have no baby crying. That's the rules and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? You know, on that thing. I got a tape with June Pooh. She is at the top of her game. But half the shit you can't hear because they have a damn baby crying. And she didn't know the protocol, man. This is information that's coming down with our people. You see what I'm saying? And it might be cute and all that kind of stuff here. But no, you got to go to that exercise, that other room and stuff like that. I had it once that happened to me on the second or third lecture I did, and people cursed me out for 10 years. You know, so the baby can't, you know, you take it, you know, whatever. But anyway, going back to, what was I on? Huh? What? On the ritual, Troy Davis. Troy Davis. Now, they killed this brother, but what I did was, and everybody was calling, people was calling the house, you gonna go down to the State House tomorrow? I'm like, hell, I'm not going to no damn State House tomorrow. I said, what I'm gonna do? I said, I'm gonna go in the celebration. I said, y'all got it wrong. Let's say this brother gets a stay of execution. He's got to go back and get locked up in the cell for another 20 years. He is getting ready to join the party in the gods. So we had a jam session. See, I got this system. So I got a system that coming through Canada. They don't even allow. See, they tell you, they don't even have 100 watts in this country. Used to have them in the 70s. They'll give you 40 watts and call it 100. So I got a system that came in through Canada. It's 780 watts. It's almost 800 watts. So when we play this, let's say if I put on Billie Holiday, she literally comes to the house. You put on Bob Marley, she literally comes to the house. That's how powerful this system is now. So we started jamming the music on, they call it I'll tell you the day. It's called Mayday. That's called, what's that's called in the Wiccan call it what they call it, the Wiccans call it, it's Mayday, Beltane. So we put on Beltane and we started jamming some music and mess around and put on Tina Marie. So she came to the house. She said, you're going to have to play all my shit. I had to dig, I had to find out. Luckily, I found about 5 or 6 of her albums. We had to play a damn melody. I'm like, shit. She came right straight there. Now, but that's what it is when it comes to LPs. Most of you got rid of your LPs. But there's a way around this thing. Anybody still have stereo systems? Okay, this is what you do. The CD don't come with certain octaves, so it don't hit the inner ear melody. But this is what you got to do. This is what you have to do. They came out with a CD player in the late 80s. They discontinued albums around 1990. They started shutting and phasing them out. And then they started giving most of the CD players were made in the 80s, in the 90s. And it's made so that the music don't hit the inner ear melody. So this is what you gotta do. This is what you gotta do. Now, the technology from 2000 on up, things change. So what you gotta do, if you got a stereo system, is to get you a DVD player. And look on the DVD player and see whether it has Dolby Digital. It might have 7 different systems on it to read those DVDs. So let's say if you get a Sony DVD player or a Panasonic DVD player from like 1994 on up, or 1995 on, 2004, 2005 on up, where you look at, they got MP3, they got Dolby Digital, they got this, they might have 5 different systems on it. Look, venues. You want to take that and plug into your auxiliary of your amp, or if you got one that was made in the 2000s, you plug it into your amp or your receiver, and you turn it on DVD. And what it does is it puts back the stuff that they took out, and it makes it equivalent to an album. And so this stuff enters the inner ear melody. Because the other day we was playing some house music, and most of the house we got on DVD. And so my girl, she goes and put on her Capezio shoes, those are dancer shoes, and she'll go in and start dancing. But we played it on the regular CD player, and the music she could only feel the music in her legs. And so I said, I got a remedy for that. So the next day I hooked up the DVD player, and then she started feeling it in her arms. And the whole thing just went to a certain level. So that's what you want to do. Now, the people that don't have the stuff, let's say if you got a boom box, or you got an MP3, or you got anything like that, what you want to do, or you got any small device, what you want to do to get the stuff to enter the inner ear melody is you want to get a set of headphones. It costs about $100. They're called Sony Professionals. You want to get professional studio headphones. It's a red and blue symbol on it. And it costs about $100. That's how you know they're professional. But it'll have on the box, professional. Anytime you see people in the studio, they'll either have one of the Sony Professionals, or they have it's a group from Germany. It starts with a C or an E. It's a German group. Starts with an S. The German ones with the S are the Sony Professional. So let's say if you got a MP3 player, or if you got any little device that you want to put on, or a regular boom box, anything you play CDs on, and you don't have a regular big system, you want to get you some professional Sony. It says Sony Professional. This is the ones that they have to use. They have to use professional headphones in the studios, because there's certain octaves and certain things they got to hear. Because if you don't hear it in the studio, once they record it, you might be like, I didn't hear this shit. That shit is fucked up. So you will see them. It's Sony Professional. So the people that have these small devices, you can still get around it. Let's say if you got an MP3, or let's say you got a regular Walkman or Sony, a DVD Walkman, you can still get around it. You just got to go to a place. You have to have a guitar shop up here. They sell the one with the S. Just go in and say, I want studio professional headphones. And be prepared to spend $100. Remember, my mama said, you always pay for what you get in this country. That's why white people should be right. Because white people, money ain't no option. They get the best stuff. So you want to, okay, cool. So what you want to do is, you want to get the Sony Professionals if you don't have a system. Now, if you got a system, them Sony Professionals, put them on. You see what I'm saying? But if you just walking around and you got a regular little piece of shit boom box, it could be an Emerson, it don't matter. The Sony Professionals will put the octaves back in. And anytime you see people in the studio, they got on professional headphones. And those will put it, because what you want to do, you want the music to enter the inner ear melody. Inner ear melody. Now, for the warfare, you just into rap. You want to play as much early rap as you can. That means rap from the 1980s up to about 2000. Or up to about a time when they killed Tupac or Biggie. That was the time when they killed them two people. That's was the time when they started doing shit even worse. So even the people with the rap, if you into the rap, compared to the stuff now, if you put on some rap from 1990, if you put on Run DMC, they'll sound like fucking Perry Como or Lawrence Welk. Or Dizzy Gillespie compared to the shit that they're doing now. Right. The stuff they're doing now is disruptive. You see what I'm saying? So you want to get any classical. So you got classical rap, you got classical funk. You see what I'm saying? You got classical jazz. So you just get any kind of stuff like that. Any kind of stuff like that. Now this is another thing you want to deal with. You want to deal with 70s fusion funk jazz. We talking about Herbie Hancock, 70s jazz, Weather Report, 70s jazz, any 70s jazz. Miles Davis, Bitches Brew. Because what Miles Davis did is he changed the game up on their ass. Miles Davis said, this old shit is dead. You see, after Jimi Hendrix and Sly Stone, he was like, no, fuck that, this shit is dead. So he went to the Electric Minds. And all the other jazz artists after him had to follow. He's the one that actually stopped it. Because there's certain music that go in certain cycles. And once that cycle passes, you see what I'm saying? Once that cycle passes, once that cycle passes, you'll take it after I do my infomercial. And they can get this stuff. After the cycle passes, then what happens here is that music is no longer affected. So a new genre has to come out. So what Miles did, he made this 70s fusion jazz that most white people couldn't play. It took them years. And then they had to break it on down to Spiral Gyro and stuff like that so they could get back into it. And the music industry had to, tell Grover Washington to do some fucking wine like. Compared to Mr. Magic, it was commercial piece. So any 70s jazz, you see what I'm saying, where they had that funk incorporated into it. The government had to really go against that. They had to try to shut that down. So what they started doing was telling the traditional people to frown upon that. They could frown upon it because the white people couldn't play it at first. Because it involved the funk. When you deal with the funk is melanin put to scale. Time you dealing with the funk. Even Cornel West, his first books, he talking about Bootsy Collins and Frankie Beverly and Mays in his first book. That was in the 80s. And even now, Bootsy got a new album. He got Cornel West. He even got Jesse Jackson up in that motherfucker. It's about the funk. You recruit Jesse. And stuff like that. So any kind of thing, but to deal with your classes. But the thing is, in order to raise up, you want to get to the inner ear melody. And you can only do it. LPs can do it. If you do a CD, try to hook it up through a DVD player. But if you don't have none of that stuff, get you some professional headphones. If you get professional headphones, they can play on anything. But it costs about $100. For those, maybe $120 or whatever. Buy it. Now hold on a minute. We go into some stuff. We start the lecture. So we can get some stuff. And I'm going to a commercial. I just want to see if I can. There's a few things that I got to go into. But anyway, let me go back to this Troy Davis. So tell everybody that's conscious, when we die, we are confused. We don't know where to go. So most people will go to the light and they'll be recycled back into the reincarnation. But now the reincarnation, a lot of the reincarnation has stopped. Children that's coming now, it's been in the cycle of reincarnation probably 40 years ago, just getting here. You see what I'm saying? Or 20 years ago. So the reincarnation is slowing down because that's incarceration. So what you're going to do when that person dies, like I say, you take that person, you call upon that person, you call upon the god Anubis. You can do it two ways. Anubis is the dog-headed god in Egypt. The jackal-headed god, and you say, you tell your ancestor to grab him by the hand. You do this all in the realm of imagination, because imagination is the reality, this is the illusion. And then you imagine a door of light, and you tell them to either follow Anubis, where the god, where he's standing upright with a male body, or you want to do one where he's an actual dog. It looked like a Doberman Pinscher, but it's called a Griffin. It's extinct now. It was a dog that the Egyptians knew. It could see from in front and back at the same time. It was a dog that could see behind his head and in front of his head at the same time. And that's what they made this Anubis thing from. But you want to tell that ancestor to grab this Anubis' hand, and you have them lead them into the to that door of light. And that way that soul can go where it's supposed to go. Because that's what we're going to get into tonight, on what we're supposed to do and where we're supposed to be at this particular time. And you don't have to die to be there. You just got to be on a certain track. You see what I'm saying? So you want to do that to those particular ancestors and stuff like that. We'll go into a little more of that. So what happened was, what I was going to do with Troy Davis, the next day, I said, well, do you want me to call Anubis and guide him on through? They were like, no. Troy is on it. Troy is on it. Troy is saying, damn, I should have did this in 1990. Got the hell on up out of here. They got a guy named Ian Longo. Ian Longo is a guy that did some stuff on the Mayan calendar. Part Native American, part white boy, had a massive heart attack in 1995. They had all these spiritual people from around the world trying to help him. He said, man, if I want to live, I can help myself. He said, no, I'm trying to get the hell on up out of here. And he left. Because he saw what was on the other side. And so what happened was Troy, he got to the other side, man, we was jamming the music. Troy got into the groove. We parted all the way to his execution. We started at 7 because we thought he was going to die at 7. But it went on to 11 something. 11:08, I think. So we jammed the music, and he got the hell on where he was supposed to go. The night Michael Jackson died. I'm trying to show you something on how we can get in touch with people. The night Michael Jackson died, of course, he opened up with Thriller, because that opens up the underworld. Now, anytime we have any kind of jam session now, we put on Thriller to open the gates. Because he went to the other side, that means that that's a doorway is open. So we started with Thriller on Michael Jackson night. We ran all of his stuff, and we started running music. That was I think that was on a Friday. It was on a Friday. That Monday, me and Panic did a Michael Jackson shit on Blog Talk. Blog Talk, Underground Railroad Blog Talk. You might can still get it. It was a Blog Talk, and we did a thing on Michael Jackson. And that's when he tapped in. He heard that. So he said, and actually, he learned a lot about himself spiritually through the Blog Talk he was getting down with. And he said, the night I died, I thought I heard some music, but I wasn't sure. He said, I didn't know where it was coming from. He said, so I went and hung around my family members that whole time. He said, but I found out by the Blog Talk, which was international, you see, that he knew where it come from. Let me tell you something.
This is why I know that there's no, you can get in contact with stuff. He makes sure that every day on his deathbed, we had a jam session. What he did, the 1 year anniversary, which was 2010, he came and he knocked out all the lights on the street while the music was playing. And he knocked out all the lights on the street. This year, 11, I started jamming the music through the stereo headphones in the morning. He came in and did a glitch, like a power surge. And he was trying to say, this is recognition. So my point here is, when we get into this today with the ancestors, because that's what you're going to have to tap into, you must understand something, that nothing stops. And as far as what we know now, and even Troy Davis witnessed this, that kingdom is here now. That the kingdom is here. You see what I'm saying? It's here. The kingdom is on earth right now. And your ancestors are here. You see what I'm saying? That's what we got to get into today, the destiny. You see what I'm saying? But I got to chronicle this thing so we can get into this stuff here and stuff, so we can have access and power now. You see. Now, one thing you need to do, how many people live in a house? All right. Anybody live in a house, what you want to do, or you can do it in an apartment too, but some people might object to it. What you want to do is, you want to, today is this month of Halloween, so what you want to do, one of the brothers, he's semi-conscious, but he works at the post office, and he asks a little bit of questions, but I don't like to, so I let dead people lay with the dead. You don't need to be waking somebody up. You don't want to be woke up. You see, it'll be a whole lot of trouble. You see, now your family members done got you on that shit. So I throw a little hints and stuff like that. So he was like, the other week, he said, yo, man, my house got broken into. So he moved in it, but I ain't been in it 2 years. He said, I know the people. He said, they waited till, I was off that day. He said, they waited till I left out the yard and they broke into my house. And I wanted to tell him some stuff, but I said, no, I don't know yet. And what I want to tell him, man, you need to go and get you some gargoyles. When you got Party City here. Now, Party City, you can get them now because it's Halloween. You can get you a gargoyle, but they're like $12 or $13 a piece. You get you a gargoyle, buy 2 of them. Put one on one side of the doorstep and one on another side of the step when you enter into your house. Why do you think when you ride around white people's house, they got gargoyles? They either got gargoyles or they got these lion-type things from Angkor Wat, Asian-type lion. Now, let me explain what this is, so you know the energy. Before the earth was made, our earth was made out of several other primal worlds. So our earth is about 14 billion years. Our earth was formed out of several other primal worlds that existed prior to our Milky Way galaxy. And there was a whole bunch of entities that used to deal with that. Even in the Bible, you will see stuff like Lilith didn't want to bow down to Adam, so she got on back to heaven. And they sent the angels after her. But wait a minute, hold on. It said that, but Lilith was a primal deity, and she didn't want to lay down, she didn't want Adam to lay on top of her. She said, no motherfucker, I do the fucking in this shit. You know. So, that's why you see a lot of Hindu statues of the goddesses. They sitting on the man is prostrate. He laying down like he dead, and she on top of him. So Lilith like, no, I'm a primal goddess. You see what I'm saying? You know, I'm a black hole. So what happened was she got on back up into heaven. Anyway, what it is this here. There were several other primal worlds, and there was these what they call the old gods. Previous gods, they call them the giants. They call them the titans. They call them the asuras. You see what I'm saying? there was these old guys in the Book of the Dead. You'll see these monsters in these vignettes in the book of Coming Forth by Day. So those gargoyles represent those old gods. These are real entities. So the reason why you can't wrap your head around it is this. Is that I got to keep putting on my pants because, like I said, I done lost so much weight to my fingers in my last belt loop. And my pants actually came down in the fucking airport. And shit. And I was walking and shit, but I couldn't feel nothing. You know, but that's how much weight I lost. I lost about 60 pounds. And stuff. No ass. I was taking them pills, no ass at all. So anyway, it's not the actual, the gargoyle, it's the energies of the gods in which the gargoyles represent. These energies of the force field. So when you put them gargoyles on your steps, you say, how are them gargoyles going to keep them niggas from breaking the house? No, there's spirits that will come. You see. So you can go to Party City and get 2 of them. They might last about a year. But if you go to White today, you can go and spend about $40, $50, $100 and get the real ones from Lowe's. I think even on Home Depot might have them. That's the, you see what I'm saying? Now they got one. There's another one they got. It costs about $20 at Target, but they will only put one out. So they'll put one out, and then you got to go to another Target to get the other one. They know what they're doing. So you go to Party City and you can get 2 of them for like $12 or $13, $14 a piece, and put them in front of your house. And so when I got the ones from the ones about 2 years ago, I got them from Party City. I put them in front of the house, and I had a dream. Somebody was coming in the house and they had a gun in their hand, and I ran up and jammed the door and snatched the gun, caught the arm in the door, snatched the gun out, pulled the door open and shot him in the head. And this is the night I put down the gargoyles. So what it was actually saying is this, and I'll explain what this means. And so this time when we bought the new ones about 2 weeks ago, we woke up the next morning after we put them down, our mailbox was laying out in the damn street. So let me explain what happens with this and how stuff get broke in. There's certain energies and frequencies, and low energies will attract a burglar. So a burglar just don't break in your house. There's a certain low energy around your house or something, and spirits, you see what I'm saying, that attracts the burglar to break in. You see. So when I saw the dream the first time when I caught the hand in the door, that was actually those spirits being dealt with. This time, when we got the new statues, they're bigger. Whatever the spirit was a much more malevolent force. And it was so mad, it chopped down the fucking mailbox and threw the shit in the street. Because it was mad. The first time we had this incident, you get some stuff called Crayola. C-R-O-E-O-L-E-N, or L-I-N, Crayola. C-R-O-E-A-L-I-N, I think, Crayola, I-N or E-N, Crayola. And you mop your floors. And whatever's in your house got to get the fuck out. You see. If you have carpet in, you can put it in 4 corners, or wipe down some walls, or wipe down a table or something. It smells like a permanent magic marker. Yeah. And they got to get out. So that's the first time we put down the Crayola, and they were so mad they knocked over some candles and some bottles, but they had to get out with those spirits. So this time we got up on the equinox the night before Davis, and Linda said, I got a mop and I got a dust. And she went in there and found that Crayola and wiped it down, wiped the floors, mopped the floors with her hardwood floors. I said, well, you know the day is the equinox. She said, I didn't know that. She said, that's why they got me up to clean up. Also, they knew they was going to do that ritual. So get you some gargoyles and put them in front of your house. See, you see, when you go by white people's house and they got them gargoyles, it's not because of that. And why the hell you think gargoyles is, if gargoyles are evil, because we all scared of shit. If gargoyles are so evil, why they on all churches? Why are they on all churches? If they so evil. You see what I'm saying? You see, let me go to my infomercial so we can take a break. So y'all can get some of this stuff. And then we'll start the lecture when we come back. Let me go to my infomercial first now. Don't take no break yet. No, it's not break time. Not break time. No. Don't go to, no, not break time. No. The lecture's still going on. I didn't say go to no break. Y'all gotta follow instructions. You see. Look. Okay, I'm gonna show you something else too. So I got this too. I'm gonna explain what this is too. You have to get you some of these right here. Man of steel. Man of steel. That's a part of the lecture. I got this the other day from the spirit stuff. She got a cape on the back. I'm gonna show you what that is in a few minutes. Tell you what that's all about. Tell you what that's all about. That's all about you. It's all about you. Y'all all right? This is all about you. All right. Let me do something right quick. Let me do something. Okay. We produced this, and we've been having a pretty good time with it. Been having a pretty good time with it. First of all, let me deal with this since it came up. Obviously, you wanted me to deal with it. Okay. All right. I think this was 1935, 33. They had a transmission. Two authors to write Superman. The big S came, because the big S was not Superman. The big S came from Sirius. The S means the star Sirius. Sirius is the home of the gods, and that's our home where the Milky Way came from. The father of the Milky Way, or the mother of the Milky Way, is the star Sirius. So when we first came as black people, we were seeded from Sirius. That's why Isis is called the soul of Sirius. The Dogon, the Nomos, are the gods of Sirius. So when they put the correction in the water, they were trying to kill the Nomo people. The Dogon said one day the Nomo will return, and we will be ready. Well, the Nomo is a fish. Well, the same fish that the Nomo is, Pale Fox is the name of the book. The same fish that the Nomo is the Jesus later on the Jesus fish. But if you take the two ends off of the fish, it represents the vesica, which is the vagina. Which is the vagina. You see what I'm saying? You know. So I had my girlfriend, this was when I had Ginger with me, who was visiting a person in New York. So he complained, the guy complained. So Bobby brought the fish to my house. I'm like, what the fuck is that? So Bert, Bert, who just made a transition, she's a known lesbian, back in the day. She said, that's a gay man. She said, he brought the fish to my house. He brought a woman to my house. So although the brother didn't want to have no relationship with me, sometimes they just want you to be around them. By me being a speaker, you see what I'm saying? When I visited him, it would have been much more pleasurable if I'd have visited by myself. Although he would have never come home to me. Sometimes just being in the presence of a date. So he got pissed when I brought my woman. He told Sister Bert, Bobby brought the fish to my house. And I said, what the fuck does that mean? She said, that's a gay thing when you brought the woman. He wanted to be with you alone. I said, I didn't even know he was gay. You see? But, well, at a certain time, it does smell like fish. But it's the vessel. said, the no more come back and we'll be ready. So BP said, we got to kill the no more people. It's a slow kill. Keep on eating the damn seafood. It's a slow kill. They're going to put it in the water for the next 10 years to kill you off. It's correction. And what it does is it directly attacks the nerve. Now, dealing with this, the Dogon talk about coming from the Star Sirius. The people that put this together, the transmission, it was supposed to be Sirius Man. But they sent another transmission down and said Superman. Because the secret societies follow the Star Sirius. They got that from the Moors of Spain. They follow the Star Sirius. There's a star in every lodge. The black Masons don't know nothing about this. You know, there ain't no drinking, licking, driving cabs. Having fish fries. Or the 32 degrees or 32 years of Jesus. Jesus never existed. It's the 32 vertebrae of the spine that rises you to a higher level, the Kundalini force. You see what I'm saying? 32 years of Jesus. No, it's the 32 or 33 vertebrae. But the 32 ain't 33 he died. 33 years, so it's the 33 vertebrae of the spine that raises you to a higher perpendicular, the Kundalini energy. It raises the third eye, which is Sirius on Earth. So it's supposed to be the Sirius Man, but they sent another transmission, and they called it the Superman, because the secret societies at that time, they was all dealing with the Sirius stuff. It was taught the Sirius was in every lodge. So what it was is that make sure that these people, they didn't come in and ransack the comic thing or either kill these people and get rid of it. They called it Superman. But it's the Star Sirius, and that's our symbol. That's why I went to Walmart and was lucky enough to find these. The Man of Steel. Wow, Man of Steel. Who is the Man of Steel? Ogun, the god of steel, the god of iron. You see what I'm saying? That's why music in the clubs, what we used to go to, was so important to jam off the club music, because the DJs used to mix with what? They call it the wheels of steel. That's why a DJ would become the thing that replaced musicians in the future with the rap. It was a powerful force. You see what I'm saying? The wheels of steel, so the Man of Steel. So what you want to do is you want to get you some of these. go to Walmart. They got the Superman product. Now they got a store up there called a Spirit Store. They just opened up a Halloween. Yeah, y'all seen it? Yeah. They open up in vacant stores. They got these. I got this the other day. This shit got a little cake. Since I lost weight, the shit fit. You see, the shit fit. You know, go there. I think I can pay like $17 for this shit at the Spirit Store. But you can go on DCComics.com and they got all these things. But you can get, they got a whole nother line of Superman stuff at Walmart. Okay, yeah. So you want to get some of these, but also what you want to do, you brothers, you want to get you some of these, and then you want to go and get you a can of beer called Steel Reserve. Called Steel Reserve. And you want to drink that Steel Reserve with these Man of Steel draws. Call on Ogun. They bring some steel. They go some Superman on the ass. That's what you pay me. You go and buy your t-shirt, you can really get this book. You know what I'm saying? Not boots in that t-shirt. You'd be surprised how shit works. It's ritual. But this shit right here, and a can of that Steel Reserve. My man Shabazz told me to get the Steel Reserve about 3 years ago. I said, but my man in Chicago said, man, he said, I went out and got some Steel Reserve because I thought of Ogun. He said, I drank that shit and went to another level and shit. So I drank a can of Steel Reserve and woke up and shit was, the cover was looking like a pyramid. Well, a little pyramid. My Johnson ain't so long. So you want to get this, you want to go to, at least get the drawers. Now, you know, remember our women, now, you know, back in the mid-80s, they started coming out with underwear for women that look like men. So you're going to get you some Man of Steel and stuff like that. Get on it. This part, this spirit store, go there, it's a Halloween store, and they selling these now. So get you some of that shit, because that's our stuff. That's our stuff. Get that Steel Reserve bill for doing some real business. Now, this is the infomercial. Then we're going to go to a break. Y'all all right?
All right.
Okay. First, we are selling this, and it's been working out. It's been working out very good. Let me see how does this go. Let me see how does this go. Hold on. Yeah. That's it. This is a magic mirror to open the third eye. We've been selling these. We've been selling these magic mirrors. You don't have to stand up if the baby ain't crying. You can sit back down. Okay. You don't want to banish you or nothing. The magic mirror. Now these magic mirrors, we got them for sale here today. And what happened was they used to have these mirrors in Egypt. And they sell these magic mirrors. Everybody know about the witch stuff. And Nostradamus and them would look into these mirrors. Look into these particular mirrors. Now, it will work the way it is with just the paper. What you want to do is, get this magic mirror, and you start strengthening your third eye by looking into it. Looking into it. Now, what you want to do, we also have a CD that you can get also tonight. It's called the Magical Womb CD. So these people put together this stuff for the womb. But they wanted to say, well, we're trying to talk about a cosmic womb. A cosmic womb. Well, since Isis is the soul of Sirius, and that's her sister, Neptune, and you got Anubis down here, and you got Horus, what I did was, in the Eye of Anu, that we put back several things where they used to have on the temple wall, they would have a mirror and they would have this hieroglyphics around it. And the hieroglyphics and all that would bring the certain energies through. But we have this, and we also have the womb CD where they went out into space. NASA recorded these sounds of space. So these two people put it into a womb CD with a little bit of synthesized stuff. It was actually space music. So if you listen to that womb CD and you look into that mirror, you can start enhancing that third eye. You also have, you can get this one for money. We got a Ganesha CD. Ganesha is the elephant deity which removes all obstacles. So we have a CD you play. You can look into the third eye mirror, because not only enhancing the third eye, but you can get prosperity by looking in that mirror and wishing upon what you want. So you look into the third eye, you play the Ganesha CD, and prosperity will come. What we used to do is put it on the stereo, put it on repeat, and leave the house, and it played for 2-3 hours, and we come back, the next day all kind of money start coming in, phones start ringing. So Ganesha removes obstacles, brings prosperity. Brings prosperity. So we have that also tonight. We have the stimulus package. We got those still for the people that heard about the stimulus package. You see what I'm saying? We got the stimulus package, angelic stimulus package. We got the purple disc. We got that for sale. We got all that tonight. If people want to get those things, the stimulus package, and then we also have this. We also have this, which is this. Let me explain what this is. explain what this is. A lot of old churches have built into their churches a labyrinth. Labyrinth is very spiritual. It's also built in the system of melanin. Melanin is also a labyrinth. They had a labyrinth in Egypt that Herodotus, the Greek historian, talked about. It was a big-ass temple in Egypt that was a labyrinth. This is the design of what it looked like, put back based on them reading the descriptions from Herodotus' histories. He visited the labyrinth, and this thing is supposed to be a big, huge labyrinth temple, very spiritual. They have located the ground where the labyrinth used to be. So most buildings, if it was a building, there would be some part of the room in it that would still be there. This building, they can't find nothing. The actual building has disappeared. There's no evidence. They got the evidence of where the labyrinth was. They got the evidence of the area, everything. But the building is gone. We believe the building, because it was a labyrinth, very spiritual building, it went into another dimension. We believe that dimension now, that labyrinth is in the west. It might be invisible, but it's in the west. So the spirit world said, because we got a depiction of the labyrinth, is to put the Egyptian stuff back into the labyrinth, the motifs. And in this labyrinth here, if you look real close, in the doorway you will see the 3 stars of Orion's belt and the star Sirius right here, which is the biggest star, looking out the window. So as a result, we want you to get a hold of this labyrinth today and put it in your house. Now, what might happen? At a certain time, because we're going on into this 2012 stuff, which is these dimensions imploding. It ain't the time over like they saying. But what it is these dimensions, but it's also you going to another level of spirituality. Okay? So now, you put this labyrinth in your house, you might walk to a room one day and open the door, and you might be in Paris. They got shit like that. You know, you might be in Paris. Remember the movie Jumpers? Like a jump site? You see what I'm saying? So you want to get a hold of this labyrinth picture and put it in your house. You see what I'm saying? Or even if you don't be in Paris, you might put the labyrinth itself might put your house in another dimension. And another dimension means you now have an energy capable of healing, capable of learning, capable of a certain energy in your house. You want to put the third eye mirror up in your house, because that third eye mirror, in all honesty, is a doorway. Any kind of mirror is a doorway to another dimension. You see what I'm saying? So you want to put this. So we got the third eye mirror. So we want you to get the labyrinth, the third eye mirror. We want you to get the womb CD. I want you to get the womb CD and the Ganesha CD for the prosperity. You see what I'm saying? Now you can buy the stuff separately, you can buy a package with all of it. So we want to deal with that type of stuff now too. So what we want to do is, and like I said, I got the purple disc, I got the angelic stimulus package, we got all that stuff too. With the spiritual check, you know, the checking the seals and stuff, because this angelic force is now here. So the currency, you might fare more with a currency with the angelic realm dealing with it. You see what I'm saying? Than dealing with that dollar bill that they just downgraded it. See, not only did they downgrade it, they waited they downgraded it on Obama, but not only did they downgrade it, but what they did here is sometimes when they downgrade it, we're talking about magic. You see what I'm saying? They also talking about the country being devalued to a certain point. See, the whole thing with the Illuminati and all that is to ramshack this whole country where England can be supreme. You see what I'm saying? Because the Federal Reserve is chartered out of England, which is in charge of all this shit. Anybody seen that Ray Hagan one? You sent it to me. Who's in charge of the Federal Reserve? Anybody seen that shit? That was one of his best and stuff like that. So sometimes you want to get stuff of prosperity that might not necessarily be monetary, but the prosperity can set you up for monetary, but it'll come certain ways. So that's what that spiritual check does. So like I said, we got the purple disc and we got all that. So we're going to take a break. The people that is interested in purchasing this, you could come through. And I should have, if I could have got a manufacturer, I should have got some of these. I could have hell of a lot of these stuff. And then we're going to go into the lecture and get into the crux of the destiny. All right. Okay. All right.
Go ahead.
Some good ass tea, boy. Take flash and stuff and down inside. We on?
We on. We on.
Okay. Okay, so we back. Oh shoot, let me say, let me go pay the water bill. Anyway, you cut that off, shit. Okay, we back? Okay. All right. All right. So let's see here. Let's see here. We're gonna okay, like I said, Ramadan was a time the priests used to eat after sundown anyway, year round in Egypt. And then after so they would relegate the day for the people to eat after sundown during the time of the rising of the Star Series. And the Star Series would rise anywhere from July 23rd on into September. The height was in August. So they would tell the people to eat one meal a day so that they could catch the energy. And so they could catch the energy. Now the priests used to do it all the time. They used to do it all the time, so you could catch the energy, but they would have the people do it, during these particular festivals, and I'm quite sure those particular festivals also extended into the equinoxes and the winter solstice. So Christmas would be a time that you would eat the one meal a day. You see? That you would eat the one meal a day also. Christmas and New Year's and all of those type of things, those festival days, that later on was covered over with Christian festivals. But used to be festivals in ancient times for other different things. And the reason why you would eat that, either one meal a day or either eat after sundown so you could catch all that energy. So obviously Christmas was one of those particular times too. In those particular times. Probably Thanksgiving, because we know Thanksgiving, they tell you it's about the Pilgrim and the Indians and all that type of stuff. We do know, we found Thanksgiving festivals of Thanksgiving in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and other ancient texts talk about Thanksgiving. So obviously this was a holiday that had some other meaning. You see what I'm saying? And when the new faction came in doing either Christianity or the American civilization or whatever type thing, they just gave you another motif over something that was sacred. It's just like you got the time of the Green Man. The Green Man is Tahuti in Egypt. He's called El-Qadar in Islam, which is the green one. He's called the Green Man in Europe. He's Krishna. Robin Hood comes up out of that. And later on the leprechaun. But the leprechaun used to be the god Bess. So the Green Festival of St. Patrick's Day used to be the festival of the Green Man. And the green man is always the trickster figure or the alchemical figure of transformation, knowledge, wisdom. You see, knowledge, wisdom, and stuff. So like that. Raphael, his color is green, which is the god of healing. So these festivals later on become St. Patrick's Day when they ran all the snakes out of out of Ireland. They was talking about running the snake people out of Ireland, the Egyptians. You see. So Ramadan, which was a time to get the energies from dog days, which is the Sirius star system rises on dog days. Rises on dog days. That's where that Superman S comes from. And like I said before, and so after Islam came in, they just did it with the whole Muhammad thing and whatever festival they do, you see. So they tell you that we only worship Allah, one God, but the multiple many aspects of the one God in Egypt, which is called the one God of the God one. When you see the multiple deity system, it becomes the Neteru. But it was always called the one God and the God one in Egypt. So in Islam, they had the same thing. They had the multiple deity system. So they just say we worship only Allah. But so what happened to the other deities? They just say, well, those are 99 attributes of Allah. So those gods come in the attributes. Well, hell, that's all the gods was in Egypt, was the attributes of the one God of the God one. You see. So they, so it's never a polytheism system. So the one God and the God one in Hebrew and Christianity, when they say the one God, what happened to the multiple deities? The multiple deity, Neteru, becomes the angels. You see? Becomes the angels. You see? I'm going to put my little thing, my little infomercial up here for TV land and stuff. So if you ever want to get some of that stuff throughout the day, you can always, call the number and all. And we're going to have, like I said, I would implore you to get the picture packet. We got to send it over the mail because it's too heavy to carry. It's about 70 pictures, poster size, 11 by 17. And it's got all the Egyptian gods, all the Yoruba deities, Native Americans, Chinese, the angelic host. It's got all the Indian gods. It's got everything you might need. It's got all the Egyptian temples. It's got the Mayan calendar. So it's got the Olmec head. So it's over 70 pictures. It is worth getting. It is worth getting and stuff and all that. So let's say if you buy the picture packet and you tap into a deity. And you say, well, I want to have a picture, an image of that deity. You could just go in your picture packet and have an image of that deity. You can make an altar out of it. You might want to go and pick a whole room and put it around the whole room. You see, so certain things you can do with it. You see what I'm saying? Like one sister, she got it, and when Hanuman came, she said, Hanuman slapped her in the face. Now, I don't want to scare you. What was Hanuman doing, the monkey god? He was trying to express his power. Now, let me give you an example. We got a Tara altar. Tara is another one of the ancient goddesses from Tibet. She comes out of India. She ends up in Tibet. Tara. She's also represented as a female Buddha. Tara is a female Buddha. So, what happens here is, we built a Tara altar. And so we built the Tara altar, and so we had to feed Tara brandy. She would drink a whole glass of brandy. And usually the goddesses don't really deal with the liquor. They don't really take the liquor like the gods do. But she drank that brandy. And so we did it for a month, and then when my mother made the transition, she was the one that helped my mother facilitate to go to the next level. And that's why she was drinking that brandy. As a matter of fact, I think it was a part of my mother's energy that was drinking the brandy, because my mother spontaneously human combusted and went to the other ring. We'll go into that in a few minutes when I go into what's her whereabouts now and what she's doing. She's ruling a whole sector. That's what we're talking about, the destiny. So we're talking about, so to finish this thing, so we got a Tara altar. Then I built a Ganesha altar with tons and tons of Ganeshas. And we go to Ross. Ross have these Ganesha statues. And so they had some the last couple years, then I still have some. And we got all these statues, you know. And so we got this enormous amount of these Ganeshas. And so once we put that Ganesha altar up, Tara would turn her body, her statues, facing Ganesha. And so Linda said, Baba, did you move these statues? I said, no. And so we turn them back and she'll turn them around again. Now what they're trying to say here is this. When they go to they got these heads on Easter Island. You ever see big heads on Easter Island? When they asked the locals, how did you all move those heads to the sea? Because I think they're facing inward to protect the islanders from any evil forces. They say, how did you all move those heads from the sea? They said, we don't even see no trees on this island. So they did geographical surveys and stuff, and they say, well, they come to find out they never hardly had any trees. They say, because most of their speculation is they put these big things on trees and push them, roll them. But when they asked the Easter Islanders, how did they move those statues? They say those statues walked and put themselves in place. These big 100-ton statues, they said they walked there. Now, knowing what I see with a little small statue, when Ganesha turns herself toward face, when Tara turns herself to face Ganesha, if they could do that in my house, I'm damn sure when those natives said that they walked there, see, the Europeans can't put their mind around it. You see, with this rational thought. To this day, it's like Asa Hilliard said, to this day they have no ideas how the Great Pyramids of Mexico and the Great Pyramids of ancient Egypt was built. They got 100 years of speculation and they don't know to this day. They had the technology for those stones to float in place. Now, the temple of Angkor Wat in Vietnam, they found a guy that was living there who was a reincarnation that was around when they built the temple in the 8th century. He's living there today. He said, well, when I was in another life, he said it was me, some other people from Khmer society. He said Shiva, Vishnu, Ganesha, and a bunch of Hindu gods. We worked together to build the temple. He's saying this temple is a model of the cow stables in heaven. So basically, the entities transferred those stones. You see what I'm saying? So if I could see that happening in my house, like we got some terracotta warriors. And the other day, one of the terracotta warriors was standing out, we got them all together. One of the terracotta warriors had moved and was standing out in the middle of the damn floor. She said, did you move? I said, I ain't touched that thing. So we talking spirit. So when we talk about go get the gargoyles, it's the energy of them old gods that's around them gargoyles that can protect things. So I wanted to tell the brother from the post office, man, go get you a set of gargoyles. But there's a catch you can do with niggas. Soon as they laugh, you go, that's all you got to do. You ride by them white people's house, they got gargoyles. See, once you say white people do, our people fall in line. See, you ever go by them white people's house? We told them to get the reefs. They got year-round reefs. You go around the rich people's house, they got a reef on their door. So the energy can come through the prosperity and stuff, they can get to do the reef year-round. There's a book, a witch's book called Magical Household by Scott Cunningham. Tell you all the stuff you do like that. Magical Household, Scott Cunningham. This is a magical month. Now, this is the month where the ancestors come to visit. The doorway opens between the two worlds. Now, my Queen Linda is from Washington, D.C. And she tells the story how she went to a party, and the party was packed. Full of people partying down. And then she said she went outside with her friend. They was talking outside. And when they came back in, wasn't no more than 6 or 7 people in the party. That means that all those people, they didn't see nobody come out. That means that all those people was ancestors. And they was dancing with them and everything just like you and I. So that's a doorway that opens. That's a doorway that opens. Now, this October the 16th is called the Diwali Festival in India. That's the goddess of prosperity, Lakshmi. And that is big as Halloween, New Year's. Now that's as big as Christmas, New Year's, and 4th of July in India. That's also, they celebrate a god called El Cristo Negro in Puerto Rico, the risen black Christ, you see, on that same day. That was the day in April 16, 1993, I met the angel Ahwaz. We're going to go in this angelic thing in a minute. Angel Ahwaz. White people have been looking for Ahwaz since 1904. He's a former Paulist. But when he came back to the ghetto. He came back to the gods. You see, he came back to the gods. We are the gods. Now, there's a difference now when the European is studying the information. He got a lot of information. He got a lot of information. He's studying the information, but he's always studying the information from the outside. He's not studying the information from the inside as the gods. That is the difference, and that's what's the difference between you and other people. You are the gods. And so the destiny is we got to bridge this gap tonight and bring it home personal so that we can start functioning on that particular level of living magically. Some of you have already done it when you're able to bypass poverty, which means you don't have money coming in, but your lifestyle is, no big deal. You know what I mean? You rob Peter to pay Paul. You see what I'm saying? You know how to juggle shit. You see? But one of the magical things of juggling here is this. The more you give, the more you receive. See what I'm saying? So now, back in 94, every time I would give a person on the street 50 cents, I walk in the store, be 50 cents short. Give one $1, the $1 short. The Spirit said, you're not supposed to give it to them right now. And then there's a time when there's a cycle whereas you see them people out there bumming, those are the angels. Now, Elijah Muhammad said there'll be an angel on each corner. We ain't seen no angel on each corner. We got a damn black man on each corner. And I don't give a damn where you go in this United States. You're going to see some brother on the corner. Every now and then you're going to see a sister. But most of it's them brothers. They're like permanent fixtures and light poles. But we start giving them. You see? The more you give, and then you give it to the angels. You give it to the angels. We gave one guy, we started giving him stuff, and when we pull up, he said, I see Jesus in y'all. So that's the way he thought of it. He was seeing the gods. He says, in your eyes. You see, like that. Because he was seeing the stuff, So, and you got to realize, anybody who ain't got nothing, you see what I'm saying, is the freest motherfucker on the planet. So they have lost it all. So once you give up, you see. So when I went on the 3-week fast, I said, how could I give up? You see what I'm saying? And so, like I said, I got off the meat for 3 weeks, and the angels came. Then I went on the fast. You see, now it takes about 40 days to get the stuff off your coat. But because I have for the last 8 years been cleaning out every week, me and Linda, every week we clean out the center teeth. So it only took 3 weeks because I was in a habit. Plus, I had been on Ramadan, 1 meal a day after sundown since June. So I did 3 months of Ramadan. You see what I'm saying? So therefore, when it happened and stuff, it only took 3 weeks. You see, it only took 3 weeks. You see, to do it. So, but the more you give, The more you give, the more you can receive. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, so another, like I said now, limit the amount of soy you eat. Because soy gives brain poison. And it cuts down the pineal gland. That's why if you go in the grocery store, soy is in everything. Chewing gum, all your breads, soy lethargy. All your cookies, they do it because it preserves stuff. Because what's soy? Soy is, they make plastic out of soy. So if you want to preserve something for shelf life, you put the soy lecithin in it, and it preserves it because you turn it into plastic. You see what I'm saying? So you got to limit the amount of soy. You can eat it, but you can't eat it as a, you see what I'm saying? And see, the last time I was a vegetarian, that was mainly my diet. You see what I'm saying? This time I'm vegan and stuff like that, and you can barely get stuff without soy, but you got to limit what you do. You see what I'm saying? You got to limit the intake. But you know, they got it in toothpaste. Everything in this country is soy-based products. That's because they're trying to shut down the pineal gland. You see what I'm saying? They're trying to shut down the pineal gland. You see, and stuff like that. So you just got to limit stuff. And like I said, you got to drink more water. So let me give you the diet again for the pineal before we go into the stuff. Let's see, give you the diet for the pineal again. So you know, melanin food, beer, barley, hops, barley. You see vitamin E, alfalfa, chamomile, water, tart cherry juice. You see what I'm saying? Tart cherry juice. Cherries, blueberries, grapes. Now you gotta get the just juice. You can't get the grapes with no high fructose corn syrup. You see, because that shuts down the cells in it, the sugar. So you get that Kadim grape juice with the Jews drink. But just you know, in the health food store, the health food section, they got just cherry, pure grape, Concord grape. You get those and stuff, and that's good for the melanin. You see, that's good for the melanin. But like I said, the Kadim is the one that the Jews start drinking and stuff like that. Black beans, like I said, is one. Is one and stuff like that. But then again, I don't know. You start going near 50 and stuff like that and shit. You know, the beans. You know what I'm saying? You know, you just bought a tank of gas and you don't need no more. You know, like that now. So that whole thing is going down. You know, and like I said in New York, one of the last things is going to the Y. For people know what I'm talking about, in this particular case, is going down on that woman opens the third eye. If you know what I mean by that. Now, what does that mean? Because the vagina emits some stuff called collars. And collars are a form of melanin. Collars are a form of melanin. And it's a source and stuff. So, that also opens the third eye. That also opens the third eye if you do that. You know, so that's a whole nother subject and stuff. You see, that's a whole nother subject. Now, I said this, I wanted to talk about this again because they just finished up 10 years of Smallville. Smallville was a Superman growing up in the small town of Kansas called Smallville as a boy up into adult. So they finished 10 years, but the last year, which was the first of 2011, in the spring of 2011, and well, the season was the fall 2010, spring 2011. The last season, which was the 10th season, it's gonna come out on box set in October. They did one special where they showed what Superman was. They had an Egyptian exhibit come to town. Lois Lane went to the exhibit, and they had an Isis or Aset necklace. And she took the necklace. I think she took it because she was a reporter, so she stole the necklace to go and report on it. She was going to bring it back to the exhibit. You see what I'm saying? But in the process of taking the necklace and put it in her bag, she got possessed by Isis. And Isis led her back to the museum to get a vase, a canopic jar with the ashes of Osiris in it. Then she took Superman, Clark Kent, and tied him up and forced him into a sarcophagus. And then she did a ritual to bring Osiris back into, bring Osiris down into Clark Kent or Superman's body. So she did the ritual, they completed the ritual, and then they always stopped the ritual in the show. But when she did the ritual, she was actually doing the ritual. It was actually showing you the Lois Lane and Superman is Isis and Osiris in the last show. Now in the 10th season, and this is what your destiny is here. Superman never flew in the 10 years of Smallville. He flew the last show, the final show, he flew. But he went to his Superman's portrait somewhere in Antarctica or wherever it is. And he was asking his father, who talked to him through crystals, who encoded the crystals before the planet Krypton blew up. He said, why can't I fly yet? Because he had a cousin named Kira that came in a couple of seasons and she could fly. He said, why can't I fly yet like Kira? And his father, Jor-El, said to Kal-El, Elohim, the El. Kal-El is Superman's name. Kal-El. His father said, you can't fly because it's possible you to still think you're human. Okay? What they're trying to say, that's talking about you. The reason why you can't do shit, because you still think you're human. Now, when I was with Ginger, this was back in 1996, I was talking to the spirit world through her because she was channeling. And I said, well, why can't this happen and why can't that happen? The spirit world came down and they said the same thing they said. They said, man, you still thinking you that boy from Mullins, South Carolina. That's your fucking problem. You a God and you still thinking you Bobby Hemming in the life that you live up to this particular point. That's not a problem we have. These events are personality. And we can't break those events because that's the only life we know. We can't remember the God part before incarnation. We still thinking we're human. I can't do that. Look. The earthquake struck the Washington Monument. Okay? Tore that shit up. Damaged it. 2 or 3 months before, they had a show come on NBC called The Events. And the aliens sent them a message. If y'all don't behave, the aliens blew up the Washington Monument. 3 months later, they took that show off. That show is not coming back. That RV, they were dropping. 2 months later, 3 months later, that earthquake hit the Washington Monument. Now, soon as that shit hit, Jeb Bush came on TV. He told, Jeb Bush came on TV, take this, no sweat home, get the electronics and shit. Don't put this thing in your pocket, cell phone. Now, Linda, I put this thing in my pocket, and immediately they came in and said, take that goddamn cell phone out of his pocket. That's the spirit. Because that radiation fuck your shit up down there. Don't even put it on a belt near your goddamn gonads. Near your Johnson. Your tallywhack. Your dipstick. Don't put these, that's radiation. You know, and you catch a case of the blue balls and it be a year and you can't get rid of it. Now, Jeb Bush came on TV after the monument. He said, you people is running for president. He said, whatever you do, he said, you all need to stick to the issue, but you need to stop talking shit about Obama. Jeb Bush, George Bush brother, See what I'm saying? He said, you need to stop talking shit about Obama. He said this. Now what is Jeb Bush concerned about that? Because they were saying, look, you talking shit about Obama, you upset these black people. These black people get mad, shit happens like the earthquake in the monument. The earthquake. So they know in order for shit not to mess up, they gotta keep you docile. You don't want to make them mad. Remember Farrakhan told them back in the power tour, if your slave go to war with you, your slave will win. See? Just based on your energy. So they got to keep you dead. And so Jeb Bush came out and said, hey, you got to cut this out. Because here go again, they don't know their gods. But they got that energy in them. You see? Now why did they say that? Before Larry King went off, he had Barbara Bush and George Bush Sr. on. And they asked him, what do you think about Barack Obama? They said, he's a fine man. He's a great man. He's a fine man. They was like, but shit, he gonna talk about your soul? They said, no, we ain't got no complaints. He's a fine and great man. First of all, they're all related. That's the first thing. You don't get up in there now unless it's a royal family deal. That's the first thing. So when Jeb Bush was saying, he said, you need to stop talking shit about my cousin. Dick Cheney, all of us related. That's a family thing. That's a family thing. And they take that shit all the way back to Queen Charlotte, who was screwed by who or more. So the black bloodline is throughout the whole royal family. Go back to Queen Charlotte. You go to Charlotte, North Carolina, they got a statue near the airport that's white. They got one downtown, got nappy hair. Queen Charlotte, who was a Moorish offspring. See, there's stuff, you see, they got to think if you go to Spain, you can't go in the library and study nothing unless you're a Spanish citizen. That's because they don't want you to study the Moors. The Moors was your pirates. That's what the Moors, the whole history of the pirates was the Moors. I'm going through Target the other day, and I look over there, and they got a little display where they got music you can listen to on the wall, or easy listening music. And I saw something say, Scottish Moors. And I said, wait, ain't that what that Braveheart story was about? Well, if we can't kill them out, we'll breed them out. I said, that's some Moorish shit. Scotland. You see, we know that the alcohol was brought up by the Moors. That is Scotch whiskey. You see? And all, you see? So, we know this. So my point here, so somebody need to go to Scotland and go in their libraries and see some history since you can't go to Spain. You see what I'm saying? So my point here, that whole bloodline go back to the Moors. You see, and maybe that's why they declared war on Islam, because they mad about the Queen Charlotte thing. See what I'm saying? About the Queen Charlotte thing. So, a couple of things too. To show you, immoral, there's a guy got shot in Chicago this summer, point blank range in the back of the head by the police, and the bullet did not penetrate his skull. He had a headache. But the bullet did not penetrate his skull. Brother Andrew called me from Chicago, said the guy just got shot, point blank range in the back of the head by the police, and the bullet didn't even penetrate his skull. You see, so the problem here is, remember the bumblebee that can fly, they can't fly because his body, the wingspan, I'm not going to start quoting that. I'm going to tell you why. Because the white man always make these determinations. How the fuck he know? His wingspan, based on the proportion of his body, he can't fly, but because of, he don't know he flies anyway. Well, motherfucker, a gorilla is a vegetarian and he's stronger than anything on earth. Right. You say, I need meat for shrimp. Well, what about a damn gorilla? Better get that Planet of the Apes movie. That shit on bootleg clear. You see. But a gorilla is a fucking vegetarian. And apes vegetarians too. You know, they can kill you with their tail, or fucking, you know. So where did this shit come from, you know? So, but my point here is, again, we still thinking we human. I'm going to go into some things in a few minutes. I just want to get through a few things. I want to get through a few things. So you don't need to follow this Obama thing because Obama took this job. His assignment was to take the job while the country failed so that they could blame it on him. But he's cool with that because that was his assignment from the beginning. That's why he never gets mad. And that's the only time he ever raised his voice when we went to the Congressional Black Caucus and called us, take off your house shoes. You know, somebody should have stood up, but I think the people were so baffled, so taken back by it. Somebody should have said, look, fuck you, nigga. You know, well, fuck it. Since he running his goddamn mouth, I'm gonna let out the fucking secret. I was keeping the shit secret, but since you wanna act like a fucking asshole, I'm gonna let out the goddamn secret. That's what the Spirit said, channel. Let out the fucking secret. But he might be cool with it, because he's still a black man, but he's on an assignment, and that was the only way he can take the job is do what they say. But like I said, the most important thing is for him to win. Now get past all the other shit, him doing something for you. See what I'm saying? You see, he extended unemployment and food stamps, and it's a good thing. Now, let me give you a secret on him. My boy Andrew lives in Chicago. He goes to a funeral of a friend he grew up with. So the friend and them say, well, look, we're going to go back and they're going to have the repast, and they're going to have the food and all that at the house. So come back and you know how they sit around after the funeral. They're going to have the food at the house. So he gets down to the street. They got the Secret Service there taking IDs for people to come in. The friend lived right next door to Barack Obama's house in Chicago. You see what I'm saying? So they got the Secret Service there. So the friend's father, who passed, lived right next door. And the uncle was there. And so when they went in the house, they had all kind of African artifacts, Egyptian artifacts, all kind of library and books in this guy's house. The guy was a practitioner, or what have you, in the African sciences, whether it be voodoo, Yoruba, you know, whatever. So, you know. So my boy was down with all that. He started having conversation with the uncle. The uncle says, Barack Obama's mother used to come over all the time and study some of this shit. Michelle Obama's mother. Because she's from South Carolina, which is roots country. And the Congo rights, which is Apollo, the closest thing that survived in America with the Apollo or the Congo rights is the Gullah people. And she's from Georgetown. And I grew up with the roots. There was a root man was our neighbor, and that motherfucker died. All kind of lizards and crickets and snakes came out of his ass in the 1970s. My mom was going with a nigga named Ben. My mama ain't had 2 boyfriends since my father died in 1970. Ben in 75 and a man named Mr. Bono in 1980. I never saw her with no more boyfriends or nothing. But Ben took her to a nigga house, a root man house, in the 70s. And the guy told her, I knew your father. He said, your father died, came down with muscular dystrophy. And at that time, that's a white man disease. We don't know about no black man with no muscular dystrophy. He just got sick one morning. You see, just came down overnight sick. Couldn't breathe, couldn't do nothing, couldn't walk or whatever kind of shit. Shit was fucked up. So I knew your father. He died in 71. Talking to my mom. He said, yeah, my father was a big time carpenter. my grandfather was a big-time carpenter. He built mansions in the homes of rich white people on Myrtle Beach. So I grew up rich. So I didn't grow up in poverty. You see what I'm saying? My grandmama was equivalent to a millionaire in the sense she was a thousandaire, but equivalent to the money she had. When Mama was a school teacher, she was a school teacher, and she got his money, my grandfather's money, all that money. We were rich. See what I'm saying? We was rich and stuff. So I grew up wealthy. You see, and for me growing up wealthy, when I didn't have, it didn't mean nothing to me, because I never remember a time when I didn't have. So when I started lecturing and I stopped having, it didn't mean shit. See what I'm saying? Because I see a lot of people, if they grow up poor, they never can shake that they got to get that money because they missed out on that. I missed out on nothing because I never not had. So even then when I didn't have, the frame of mind is I'm still wealthy. It's a mindset. All the wealth is a mindset. So the roommate said, yeah, your grandfather, he was a carpenter, and he was working on a woman's house, and the man came home, he was a carpenter, and the man thought he was messing with his wife and put roots on it. My mama said, what? You see? And he said, that's how he died. You see, so we know about this shit down there. So, make a long story short, the guy said, yeah, Michelle Obama, mama come over here all the time. She's a practitioner. She knows all about the herbs. So Barack Obama said, oh, I'm going to the White House. They might try to kill a nigga. I'm going to bust a move. I'm going to move the goddamn witch up in the house. And we're going to build a garden in the backyard. So I don't have to even sneak it to no Metallica. We're going to grow the goddamn herbs and the roots right in the backyard. On a fucking White House. And the wife came in from South Carolina to keep that nigga living. That's why she up in there, because she's a root woman. And Barack Obama said, no, fuck that. I'm bringing the goddamn witch with me. And Michelle and them, they said, no, we're going to fly that backyard up. We're going to grow all those little shit you need so you won't be caught going in the little hocus pocus shots and leading it back to the hot whatchamacallit. So we're going to grow all the little shit and we're going to put the vegetables on top with all the little roots that you know. Yeah. She's a practitioner. She grew up in that shit. They grow that shit, and that's how Barack Obama was saved. Yeah. I was going to keep that a secret, but since you want to act ugly. But that's what happened. That was the move why he moved her in the damn White House. And the guy, when Andrew went to the guy's house, the guy explained all that shit about her. He said she comes over, she studies all this stuff, and she's a practitioner. I said, yeah, she's from South Carolina. That's the Gullah people, that's the Yoruba village down there. Georgetown, that's the, I grew up with all that shit. And she was raised in that shit. So what she did, Barack Obama said, bust a move on that backyard. And plow up that shit and talk about all this, teaching people how to eat. No, she goes back there and get the fucking herbs. And they do the juju, and the crackers don't know what he is. So I ain't mad at this guy, he can't do nothing with that job, no way. But that nigga know how to stay alive. See what I'm saying? And that's what the grandmama there for. I'm telling the damn secret. You see? Because my boy, you see, he knows he went to college with the girl in the community or something. They grew up together, so he know the upper echelon people, so he ended up with the house beside Barack Obama, and the guy told him the whole secret. He said, yeah, she's the grandmama over here all the time, or the mother, over here all the time. Michelle, yeah, that's a fucking Geechee. That's right. You see what I'm saying? That's the damn Geechee and stuff. Yeah. So anyway, so I had to shake that stuff. Now, on the October the 16th, it's supposed to be a comet coming called Element. On October 6th, that's the big Lakshmi Day. And it's coming called Eleanor. Now, I don't know why they took the M off. But they don't, nothing they do is by mistake. Nothing they do is by mistake. So it's coming on Eleanor, and also Nibiru is supposed to show up. Now, Nibiru corresponds to the 12th planet or whatever, but it's also called Neb-Heru, the pineal gland. So that's why we're selling this picture. You see what I'm saying? We're selling this picture during the Pioneer Plan. Now look, you remember the preacher said that the world was going to end in May something? What was that? What was it? May 21st. Well, it didn't happen, and they've been doing this shit since the 1800s. You know, they got, see, because the Bible, see, they thinking the Bible is the Word of God. The Bible is a pamphlet from other books. Now, it's got science in it, but you got to have other books. So now, but he also said, look out for what day? October the 21st. Well, let's look on October the 21st. This is the Goddess Book of Days by Diane Stein, which is a hell of a book. The Goddess Book of Days by Diane Stein. Let's see what they say. October the 21st. So all this energy in the air, especially with this Halloween and all this stuff today, that's why we're telling people to get those, what you call it. Now you can do two things. You can laminate it, or you can buy your frame, put those things in and put the glass. But it don't really need nothing. Just put it up on the wall. Because people are seeing shit come up out of it, just put it on the wall and staring into it. We're getting reports from it. But that day, October the 21st, now based on what Christians are, he's right in line. Well, they don't want to hear this though. October the 21st is the feast of the Black Christ in Panama. It is the Virgin and in the Virgin Islands. So they worship the Black Christ through the Virgin Islands. The Black Christ, he is Obatala, Apollo, Adonis, Osiris, Horus, Quetzalcoatl, Baal, Dionysus, the Sun Father, Dionysus, Damballa, Shango, Tammuz, Dumuzi, and it is the day, it's a Slavic moon goddess. But anyway, just about everything Christ figure around the world lines up on that particular day. Now there's one called Baal that comes out of Libya and some parts of Babylonia, called Baal. He's also, later on, he's called Belial. So the crew that comes in later takes the god that preceded it and they name it the devil. So that's the custom. So if you want a new religion to rise, a new level of spirituality, and it's saying the same shit, the people say, well, it's saying the same thing, well, I got to get rid of this one. So what you do is you level the deity that preceded it. To bring in a new one, so you can always call the other one the devil. So Belial becomes the devil, but it's Baal, and which is all of the forms of Osiris and Set. Set was the Osiris before Osiris in the pre-dynastic world. And he's named the devil in the dynastic world. So that's a thing they do. The devil don't exist. The devil is some god. One man's devil is another man's god. Okay, now, so Belial is Baal on that day. So what they did to celebrate Baal, you got to get a movie called Dylan Dog. Dylan Dog. Dylan, like Matt Dillon. Dylan Dog. It's a movie set in New Orleans. They got the guy that played the last Superman in the movies. He's in the movie. He's Dylan Dog. And they uncover this plot. And what they want to do is this order want to bring back Belial. So in order to bring back Belial, they go get Taye Diggs. Now Taye Diggs is a black actor. You know, after Wesley Snipes went to jail, he the blackest in Hollywood. Taye Diggs. So they go get Taye Diggs and they do this ritual to bring back Belial, which is Osiris, Set, Dionysus, all the ones I just called, all that. This is just the black god, or the Black Christ. That they're calling the devil in later forms, Belial. So when they bring back Belial comes back when they put the ritual on Taye Diggs. Because Taye Diggs is playing a vampire, that's Osiris. You see, melanin comes out at night. serotonin in the daytime, melatonin at night. The nighttime hormone is called the Dracula particle, melanin. So when they go get Taye Diggs to play Belial, they do a ritual to bring him back. When Belial get on Taye Diggs, and Taye Diggs is the blackest nigga in Hollywood now since Wesley Snipes was locked up. When he turns into Belial, he turns 8 shades blacker than Taye Diggs. He is almost cobalt black. Blue black. You see what I'm saying? And that was okay, so they always stop the ritual in the movie, but they brought him back. That movie was about to raise up the black god. So when Jeb Bush said, you motherfuckers need to quit this shit. Talking shit about this man, and the preacher done said it's between May 21st and October 21st. You see? Okay, so what's coming back? All right, let's go into the science. First of all, the dimensions that are opening up, they are already here. The kingdom is here. The kingdom is around the trees. There's dimensions that's opening up around all the trees. The animals can go in and out. We got cats that go in the tree and disappear and don't come back, but they'll send out other little kittens who appear beside the tree, and they'll be raised. Now we know it's the dimensions because one of the little kittens got in the house, and when we tried to get him out of the house, he ran up under our Urzuli altar and disappeared. Under the altar. Open the altar, and he disappeared. So these altars are dimensions. So the dimensions that we're talking about in this kingdom is around the trees. You need to get a book called, what's the name of that book? The Tree of Enchantment. The Tree of Enchantment by Orion Foxwood. It's a whole book on the spirituality and the spirit of the trees. It's called The Tree of Enchantment by Orion Foxwood. And it breaks it down to give you the rituals and the magic, and it tells you all that stuff where you can... Okay, all right. The Tree of Enchantment. Okay, you want to get that because that's what the thing is about. The Africans say they used to give trees water, milk, food. And the white man come and say, why are you giving that doggone tree food? That tree can't eat no food. He said, the tree has a spirit. It has an astral body. I'm giving the tree spirit the food. The tree partakes in the spirit just like you do when you offer stuff to the gods. The trees are some of the old gods. Some of the old gods are mystical creatures. There's a book called Magical Mystical Creatures by D.J. Conway. And they got all the gargoyles in there and stuff like that. It's called Magic and Mystical Creatures by D.J. Conway. But there's another book called by Orion Foxwood. It's called The Trees of Enchantment. So these trees, you see what I'm saying, and these old trees, you see, there's dimensions opening up. And now it starts to rain now. A lot of times when they have a lot of rain, these trees fall. You see, they cut down 3 in front of my house last week, 3 big ass ones. They cut down 9 in 2003 and stuff like that. So these trees, you see what I'm saying? But that's where the animals can go in and out, so they're showing what it is dimensions. None of this, all this stuff is not what it appears to be. That's why that shit in what, Mississippi, what's the name of that? That tornado came through? Joplin and wiped the whole city off the map. These are dimensions that's opening up. Y'all all right? Okay, all right. Let me get a few things going. Okay now. Okay. Let me deal with this. Dr. Delbert Blair talked about how, we know we never went to the moon. They faked that. They even showed it to you on Diamonds Are Forever. Right. How they faked the lunar landing. Then they showed it on the movie. What's that movie with O.J. Simpson? Capricorn 1. They just put it on Mars. So Dr. Delbert Blair tells the story on how the Russians tried to go in space. And when they got up there, some kind of entity or something blew them out of the sky. They had one woman left hanging on, and when she radioed back to a cosmonaut, when she radioed back to Russia, she said, they killed them all. And she said, they're coming for me now. I gotta go, and the ship went dead. And they got out of the space industry. Okay, America faked that shit. All them Apollo things. So what America did, to tell the truth, because the truth always got to come out. So this year, it came out a movie called Apollo 18. It's on bootleg and it's clear. Because it's already out of the movie. It's going to be a while before it comes to pay-per-view. So Apollo 18. And it tells the story on how America went to the moon. They always put it on the moon to throw you off. They never went to the moon. So America got up there, but when they got up there, the Russians was already there, and the Russians was dead. And they keep on going on until they all get killed. But it was the moon rocks that killed them. Anybody know about the moon? Moon rocks. Melanin is associated with the moon. In the Hindu mythology, they got a god called what's the name of it? Sama. Sama is not, it's a plant, but Sama is also, you must have Sama in your veins to be a king. The Sama was also a person who was the father of the lunar race. Yeah, that's all about melanin. The moon and melanin and all that stuff go together. So when the rocks killed the people on the ship, they were trying to say that the entities that killed the Russians in space was these black entities. You see what I'm saying? But they got him up there, and the guy said, well, you knew that when they called back to NASA, he said, you knew that they killed these Russians up here, and you sent us on a suicide mission. He said, so we're going to come on home, and the NASA people said, I'm sorry, you can't come back here. We're not bringing you home. We're going to build you up as a hero to your children in America, but you ain't coming your ass back here. And he died. They died all up there. But what they was doing, they was telling the story that Delbert Blair had talked about for years, about the Russians. They just put it in another thing with the Americans and moon. But when the Russians went up into space, they got wiped out. And America knew then they couldn't go to no damn moon. They could do that little space station. See, that ain't nothing. But they couldn't go to no moon. That's our stuff. You see what I'm saying? So now they got this stuff, because remember now they talk about a few things. I got to go into the story, then we can deal with some stuff. They talk about they had all this melatonin in the 90s. Melatonin. Had all these pills, and then around the mid-90s it started disappearing. You only see a few bottles now. That's because the one that they was doing in the 90s, the first one was made out of crushed pineal glands. But Dr. Richard King said, if white people take that melatonin, real melanin, or that real melatonin, he said they'll go crazy in 48 hours. So as a result, they had to take that off the market and come out with a synthetic thing. That's basically they just took a combination of things, vitamins and different herbs, and put it together, and that's what they call a melatonin. So that's perfectly safe. Because the one from the 90s, I took some, and whoever they killed, I woke up hollering, because I experienced this person's death. It's in the same movie, Strange Days, where you experience the person who died. Well, I took some, whoever that nigga was, they hit in the back of the head, I woke up hollering. And several other people who was taking that shit from the 90s, they experienced the person who they killed that person for the same thing. So they took that off the market. So this thing here is an herbal thing. But this company put out a Bob Marley relaxation. It's called All Natural Relaxation. Bob Marley Mellow Mood. And it's got the new melatonin in it, which is basically safe. You see, not the 90s. And I think it's a black company, I think. The Bob Marley's Mellow Mood. You can get it. I found it at Whole Foods. But you know, you can find, I don't know if you can find that stuff, but they talking about getting rid of stress. It gets rid of stress. You want to drink a little shit of that shit. I know a lot of y'all niggas got stress. See, I sleep all day till 3 o'clock. But I know y'all shoot, so, but yeah, so that's something. That's something else. Okay now. All right. Let me go through this stuff right quick so I can go to what I'm going to deal with. Okay, and that's this. We used to sit in a house in 1990 and wonder how to get black people out of this, out of our condition. And so we started in 1988 up to 1990, and we put everything in the pot on how to get black people out of this condition. And our conclusion was, you can't. Well, my mama told me that shit. You see, you can't get these niggas out of this condition. And then we came to the conclusion that the masses ain't never did nothing but die. Now, let me explain why you are here and you are 1 out of 40 that woke up. So every one of you all is woke that has awakened. There's about 40 niggas that are dead. So the conscious thing is 0.1%, but that's all we need for all of them to transform. So you are going through the transform. It's like the head and the body of the snake. Now let me explain, because he said, well, why is that? Why can't everybody have a national consciousness? So let me try to explain this to you right quick before I go into this one last piece. It's very important. I'd rather get this thing, this one last piece, to get this on the film. The reason why the consciousness can't wake up is this. R.H. Waller de Lubitz, who studied at the Luxor Temple for 15 years and studied the Kamite stuff for years, he found out some stuff what the Egyptian priests knew in those 15 years of study. And it's also in the Hermetic text, and a guy wrote a book called Stellar Man by John Baines that talks about this. But R.H. Waller de Lubitz's wife, Isha de Lubitz, wrote a book that will explain completely. See, can I find it right quick? Y'all all right? Yeah. The book is called Open Another Way by Isha Waller de Lubitz. I'll get the book in a few minutes. To Open Another Way by Isha Waller de Lubitz. Now this is what the Egyptians said about the people on this earth. There's people, I'm going to just paraphrase it for you. There's people that's born on the earth, are spiritual people, then there's the intellectual people. Spiritual people are higher than the intellectual people, because the spiritual people can do both intellect and spirit. So there's the spiritual people, there's the intellectual people, you see. And then there is the people, which is the majority of people, that's not even born with a mind. What you don't understand here is that most people, when you're born down here, you're born into what is called an automaton state. You don't have a mind. A mind has to be developed. First, it can be developed intellectually and then spiritually. But if you develop it spiritually, the intellect automatically comes, because spirit is the highest one. Now, we're not talking about religion. Religion is false. That distracts you from the spirit world, because you judge it. And you'll judge all the shit that's spiritual. You'll judge it based on a religious doctrine. That's what we have. So don't mistake spirituality with religion. You see what I'm saying? No religion. Islam, Judaism, none of Christianity, none of that shit. You see. Now there's hidden mysteries in the religion that's spiritual, that the religion came to be religion from a spiritual system, that once it breaks down over years, in order to explain it to the layman, they make it into a religion that's most of its morals has nothing to do with spirituality whatsoever. You see what I'm saying? You know. Now, try to understand this. But the third class is what most humans are. And that's mindless automatons. That means they're on automation. So remember in the Matrix, they say that the person is plugged in, you got to look at them as the enemy. Okay, so the reason why our people can't get out of this, because part of our people, based on the way the earth cycle goes, is they're on the automated level or the automaton level. Now, that automaton level, there's one that's higher than the automaton level, and that's the animal level. But the animal goes by its own instincts, and by it going on by its own instinct, it functions on the level it's supposed to function on. Certain things they don't do. I see these cats have their babies, And about 3 months into having, 3, 4 months of having a baby, that mama cat get the hell on. You see? You know, so that they can live, especially ones that are raised in the wild, so they can live, you know, they won't be able to live if she's around. So there's certain things they function and stuff, they didn't have to be educated to do it. So that's an animal thinking and stuff. They always coincide with nature and coincide with their instinctual nature and stuff like that. Now, with the automaton, which messes up, is his goal is to become a spiritual person so he can do the duty of what he was supposed to come here to do, is to become back to the spirit. Or, in so many words, God. But because it's an automaton, it's two things. So what the ancient Egyptians used to do for the people that was the automatons or the mindless people. So everybody, that's why you see black people out here, you go, what was this motherfucker thinking? What you don't realize, he never developed the mind. So 85% of our people didn't develop a mind. So you say, well, how do they function? So the Egyptians used to say, okay, look, this is how this thing goes. The ones that don't have a mind, they are automatons. We will build a culture around him, and if they can function in the culture, that will be the mechanism to which they function on. It's a cultural thing. So they'll do certain things based on the culture. You see what I'm saying? That was instilled into them, or acclimated into them since they was a child. You get where I'm coming from? So culture takes care of those automaton deities. You see? Meanwhile, the spiritual and the intellectual drives the culture. The spiritual gets transmissions from the cosmos. The intellectual breaks the spiritual transmissions down so that you can function with different mechanisms in the society. And the automaton people benefit from a culture that's set for them. You understand where I'm coming from here? So now, when we got out of slavery and we was mostly automatons, we built a subculture of common sense and certain things we had to do because we couldn't do every damn thing. It was against the law. And we functioned in that culture so well until that subculture started teaching the superculture. I don't want to say superculture. The main culture started teaching them ideals on survival. Ideals on moralism, ideals on certain things. Ideals on how to look at stuff spiritual, like music, like different things we used to do. We even took a religion and turned it into a ritualistic system that could be good for us that lasted for about a good couple of 100 years, maybe about 100 or so years before this shit just becomes repetitious. And it served its purpose and the food ain't good no more. But we fixed it as a spiritual thing, so we put African spiritual elements in it to make it function for us when we had that subculture. So that's why they said they had to come and break us up with integration and all of this kind of thing. So they had to disperse the culture. So now you got people out here, they running around, they're automatons without a culture. You see what I'm saying? Without a culture. So you can come and put drugs in the community because they don't have a culture anymore. If you go to put drugs in the Chinese community, guess what they have to say? They will have an elder and they'll tell all the Chinese people, don't take drugs. It'll be just as simple as that.
Yes.
You see how fucked up we are?
Yes.
They can come and go. They don't have to have no programs and pitch money. Get to you. They're going to just come and say, don't take no drugs. The Jews don't take no drugs. And guess what? They won't take them because they have a culture that's already embedded for them to function in the culture, even though some of them motherfuckers are automatons. But so when they took our subculture away, they took our culture away. And as a result, and all the intellectuals, they don't even live in the community no more. You see what I'm saying? And the spiritual people, the people without the culture, call you crazy. If it ain't Christianity. You see what I'm saying? You see, so that's what they, so my point here is that you can't get these black people out of this because you don't realize they don't have a mind. As a matter of fact, when the spirit world looks down on the earth, they can only see balls of light. And those are the people that's awake. The other ones, they don't even exist. They're like a transitory, they're like a fucking spook. They don't even exist. So they never lived. Series of events that never happened. That's all it's just all is an illusion. And the only thing functioning in this illusion is the light. Jesus is the light. The light is the light of the pineal gland. And the pineal gland is what gives you your knowledge and your transmissions. You see what I'm saying? So you don't ask, well, am I doing this? My pineal gland, no, you're awake. If you're in here tonight listening to this shit on a Saturday night, your ass, your pineal gland is over. You see, so I always wondered, that always bothered me, why can't we train the masses? And then I realized what they found out in the ancient Egyptians. The masses don't even exist. They are automatons. They are something to function on the earth to get you through the earth while you become spiritual. You got all these spectators. You see what I'm saying? Why you think that the white man can kill us up all these years and he don't even get punished by the spirit world? Because he never killed nothing. He made shit alive like he did Troy Davis. He woke Troy Davis' ass up and busted his ass out of prison by killing his ass and taking him out of the bullshit body. This nigga wanted to go back in a jail cell and be locked up for another 20 years because he didn't know. And like they say in Egypt, every day you live, you're supposed to know something. Because the day that you didn't know something or you didn't learn something was the day that you didn't live. Because there's only consciousness and energy. So a person without a mind is not even living. And that's why you can kill them up and people can die by the thousands and the earth don't even shake. That damn earthquake came through Joplin, Texas. You see what I'm saying? I slept good that morning. Why? Because it didn't kill nothing but that which was a transitory automatons. And most white people are automatons. They worship because they got a culture that tell them they're the greatest country on the earth, of America, this and America, and all that bullshit. You see what I'm saying? All that bullshit. Now it's convenient. I can go to Walmart. You know what I'm saying? I can get a VCR before a nigga in Russia or whatever, or a DVD player. That ain't shit. You see? Pawn shop be filled up with that shit the next month. Be filled up with that shit the next damn month. They got damn on Goodwills, you can go get a DVD player for $25. Right. You see what I'm saying? And it cost almost $400 when it first came out. That's just a distraction. And what distracts the people, what distracts the spiritual people, what distracts them is that they buy into this thing. They make false education for automatons. That's why they give you a degree. I know when I first went to college and I looked at that syllabus, I said, ain't nothing in this damn book that I want to do. And luckily I was an artist at the time. I said, well, I can do that. You see, but nothing. You see what I'm saying? You know, that I want to do. Don't put some fucking classes up in there, then I'll pay my tuition, hell. I'll work like a dog. Get fucking 101 and advanced fucking, hey, that's a college course. Shit I want to do. Now, okay, now let me go into the science on what's going down. The link. We got to get reality to this. Okay. Brother Kwaku turned me on to the series Supernatural. And I've been watching it ever since. Now, in the 4th season of Supernatural, there's these two guys, and they call hunters, and they go and they go through all their occult stuff, and they kill demons and all kind of stuff like that and all. And so they worked all the way until they got the eye of the heavens and the hells. So, this is important. So, if you miss this, you miss out on the whole lecture. So, you know, y'all don't need to rush this. You need to just get this, because he's saying destiny. You know, so let me explain this to you. Okay, so. He turned me on to Supernatural. Comes on every Friday night at 9. But you just gonna have to get the box set, so you can go to TNT every day at 12. What is it on?
Come on at 10.
From 10 to 12. It's 2 back to back. Yeah. From 10 to 12, 2 back to back, so you can catch up on all the old shows. The 4th season, one of the boys who was the hunter went to hell. Lilith snatched his ass into hell. The hounds of hell came and took him down the hill. One of the boys is the star of the show. And that was the end of the 4th season. And then I think it was the 5th season, because they're on the 7th season now. In the 5th season, one of them, he wakes up and breaks out of the grave, and he's alive. He's supposed to have been snatched down into hell. His two brothers, Sam and Dean. So, they wanted to know how he brought back. They were saying, well, did the demons bring you back? And he didn't know. So, by the middle of the show, they said the only thing that can bring you out of hell is an angel of the Lord. It's an angel of the Lord. And we're going to bring this shit right home today on some shit that's happening. So the angel came through, and his name was Castiel. Now Castiel is also Cassiel. There's a real angel in the angel books. Get on. See, get a little good quick. You want to get on. You want to get the dictionary of angels. You want to get this one. The Encyclopedia of Angels by Richard Webster. Good. By Richard Webster, Encyclopedia. Castiel, they call it Castiel. Now, he wears a trench coat. He wears a trench coat on the show. Now, he's been there for the last 3 years. And every time they get in trouble, they do some stuff, they call on Cass, and he'll come with the trench coat on, but he wears his trench coat open. And he's an angel of the Lord. Okay. This year, Cassiel took over the heavens and told him, I'm God, you got to bow down to me. They twisted stuff up a little bit and stuff, you know. But he's a real angel. So the angels started coming to us in 2009. Now what are the angels? Let me explain this to you. Because a lot of people got a lot of problems with this because we learn about the angels through Christianity. But we all chematized now and all that. Let me tell you what happened. Try to understand this. You got all those mental rules, and they are thousands of years old. Just like you got the Orishas that's thousands of years old, the Voodoo, the Congo, the Hindu shit. Thousands of years ago, that was the Kushite people, Indus Kush. The original Aryans were black people. The Aryans only became Aryans in the 1930s when the white people just took them a race and said, hey, you know, they were reading Blavatsky. Blavatsky said these Aryan people were talking about black people. But when they traveled up to see the people was dark-skinned in Tibet. It was darker than that 2,000 years ago. They just made this, they called themselves aliens based on a party. They took the Aryan shit and said, we the Aryan. No, motherfucker, you caveman. Come on, you know where you from? You damn Aryans. Aryans were God people. So anyway, they had a language. Sanskrit. That's black people shit. You go to India and stuff, you go down to southern India, you see blue black people that they suppress to this day. In the caste system, if you're black, get back, and if you're like, you right. If you're brown, you can stick around. That shit is in India. But all the Hindu gods, all that shit is our shit. They inherited that from the black people. So anyway, these gods are very old. So what happened was this. Karnak Temple, the Coptics, but it started with the Hebrews, or what they call pre-dynastic Egyptians, that the white people are telling you Hyksos and telling you they're white people. No, these were the pre-dynastic Egyptians that moved out. The pre-dynastic Egyptians was overthrown by the dynastic Egyptian, and then when the old kingdom fell, the pre-dynastic Egyptians, the shepherd kings, took the shit back over. These are the class of Egyptians. Those became your Hebrews. You see what I'm saying? They say, I'm a shepherd, but I got 2,000 slaves. Well, wait a minute. How can a shepherd have 2,000 slaves and you're a camel dweller? The shepherd kings were kings in Upper Egypt. So they faked this shit with the Hyksos thing, and they went on into Palestine once Amos and them came and they had another battle and reestablished the dynastic kingdom. Those are nothing but a family fight between the Egyptians and the Jeremiah told you that in the book of the beginnings, volume 1. You see, volume 2. You see, and so those are the dynastic people. So what they did was, at Karnak Temple, and in Samaria, they knew that these gods, what happened with these gods, if they stick around, this is very important. So if you gotta hang on just a minute, let me explain this shit to you, because this is the link. This might be the shit to get you some visitation. And if you got some fucking problems, they can do some shit for you. But you gotta get the link. And you gotta hook up with them. So this is very important. Sometimes we gotta just bear with some shit. Because we can't be looking at everything as entertainment. Some shit is serious. You see, I get on the goddamn airplane and plane and fly here. You need to make this worth my time. Or worth your time. Okay? So just listen. So when these gods get very old, the Egyptians knew, the Canaanites knew, that it was going to come a time for almost close to 2,000 years nobody would even speak the Egyptian language. They wouldn't even know what the gods were. They hear a little bit about it from, what's the guy's, the Greek historian, not Herodotus, but the other guy that told them a little bit about the Egyptian gods. Can't think of his name right now. Not Plato, it's a classical writer that told them a little bit about it. Come to me in a minute. Huh? No, now he told the history. It's another one that'll come to me in a minute who can explain what the Egyptian gods were. That's the only thing they had. Because they didn't know meta or what have you. So what happened was for 2,000 years it wasn't going to be around. So that means that the language and the actual rituals or the ceremonies to the Egyptian gods wasn't around. That means those Egyptian gods would die out. That's why right now, you might get more feeling from the Yoruba stuff than you can get with the Egyptian stuff sometimes. You go crazy off of the pictures. Now let me explain this to you. So what they did in the Karnak temple and the Hyksos did, the Egyptian temples, what they had to do, the Egyptian gods, they had to redo them and give them new names. So the Egyptian gods became your archangels and your guardian angels. See? So, you got Horus becomes Raphael, some part of Horus becomes Michael. You see, so Raphael, Gabriel, Uriel, all of these particular, Gabriel is a form of Tahuti. You see, so all of these Egyptian gods, when they gave them new names, they renewed them. Then the Catholic priest and the priest kept the service going on to renew them into the new age. Okay? So when you deal with the angel, you see me coming back with this angel shit. Why would I turn to a Christian? When you deal with the angels, you're dealing with the energy of the Egyptian gods. It is the new energy. Now let me explain. Now check this out. You know, if you notice, you deal with Yoruba, you deal with all of that West African religion. In order to get something, you got to go into ritual. They just don't come and appear, and you can ask them for some shit and you don't do a ritual. The angels, all you got to do is ask. Now let me explain what this is about. Why that I can't go to a Watalah and just ask? Why I got to do a ritual of him? Because what happened is this, let's try to understand this. These rituals have been going on for thousands of years. And the older they get, the more rituals they got to do for you to drum up that energy. You understand? To get them to do what you need them to do. Now what happened with the Egyptian gods, the priests at Karnak and the Hyksos people turned them into angels, and because they had new names and a new frequency, two things happened. The priests kept on going simultaneously, but they transformed into a new energy. So the angels are more powerful because they are the Egyptian gods renewed. Then they took the names of El, the Elohim, and stuff from Samaria and started naming them different ones when the Hyksos came in that particular area. But it's another black language. But because they made a new characteristic out of the Egyptian god, they renewed them. Now the other thing was, when Christianity came around, in order to front this monotheism shit, they came in at the conferences, Conference of Trent, Conference of Nicaea, and all these conferences, and they outlawed the angels. That's why you don't find but like 2 in the Bible, which was good. Why? Because the more you call it, let's say if you got a world religion, and it's thousands, like they got 50 million people in Yoruba and Voodoo worldwide, and 3 million of white people in the United States, set over a whole Yoruba shit. So, try to understand this. If the angels would have gone into Christianity and you had millions and millions of people calling on them, you pull their energy. These things were never meant for mass religions. The religions of the spiritual systems was never mass in the ancient world. They only became mass when they became religion and everybody could worship the same shit. Put on your clothes and go to church. You understand where I'm coming from here? Okay, so by them knocking them up out of the Bible, they preserved them, and the priest kept dealing with them, but they preserved the energy where they wasn't being pulled on by the masses. Because if the Congress didn't knock them out of the Bible, outlaw those angels, then the people would be constantly doing, and the more the people call on those angels, the weaker they get. So now, the angels, nobody deal with them. But they are the Egyptian gods. And because they have been renewed, and because they haven't been tampered with, it's being pulled on, what happened was this. Now you can call on them, and you calling on those angels is the same as calling on the Egyptian God. And they work based on you calling on them. That stimulus check, those guardian angels, those are melanin spirits. And you just write that name down on that check, and the stuff works. Now let me give you the last piece. This is it. We can go, but we got to deal with this. Where this thing comes home. Where this thing comes home. Castiel wears a trench coat on what you call it, on Supernatural. My brother, and Castiel is an angel of Capricorn. My brother, who's never seen Supernatural, period, called me up this spring. He said, I ended up someplace, and I saw Mama. And he said when she looked at me, she was like, wait a minute. What are you doing here? And he said, no, what you doing here? Wherever he wasn't supposed to be. Now, maybe it was his astral body, but he wasn't supposed to be. And when he looked at her, he was like, what the hell are you doing here? And my mama made the transition in 06. Burned up in the fire. But she said, she came back a year and said, I had to sacrifice for the people. So check this stuff out. And he said, we talked for a minute, and then I got to him on. He said, we had a little conversation. I don't really remember the conversation. He said, but she had on a trench coat like Columbo. I said, you never saw Supernatural, did you? He said, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. I said, she had on a trench coat, so she wants to give me a message. I said, there's an angel in the Supernatural wears a trench coat, and his sign is Capricorn when you read up on it. He rules the area of Capricorn. And his day is Saturday. And I said, Mama was a Capricorn. I didn't think no more about it. And I said, that's supernatural. I said, okay. Then about a month later, I said, oh shit, she's trying to tell me something. What it is, because I got a message about 2 years ago from a sister in Florida. She said, yeah, this is my mother. Listen to this, bring it home. This is my mother. She made it spiritually, give you another one of her. This is her, she was a school teacher. That's her desk. School teacher, her peace sign and shit. So she made a transition. Wasn't nothing really wrong with it. She just burnt up. Kundalini hit, she made a transition. It's called spontaneous human combustion. So what happened was, I said, okay, but I had gotten this particular message 2 years before. Sister called me from Florida. She said, this brother want to give you a message. She said, he is now a warrior angel or like no other. So Khalid Muhammad transformed, and so whatever that station he was down here with that militant shit, when he got up there, he took the position of a spiritual warrior angel. She said he's a warrior. He got in touch with, he's a warrior. I'm telling you, these people fill these positions. You see? They do work, they turn into something else. You see? So she's a warrior. So when I heard this about 2 years ago, I said, yeah, okay. I that makes sense. So my mother, when she came down through the stuff, and she said, okay, when she showed up with the trench coat, I said, oh, I get it now. You done took over Castiel's position. You are former Castiel now. So we talking about a link. She said, now you get it. So I said, okay. I said, so, what you want us to do? I said, you want the people to call it? She said, oh, no, they want to call it on me. Because what happened was she had a friend about 2 months ago, made the transition. I went in the thing and she made a transition. My brother called me and said she just died about an hour ago. I went in the living room with the altars. I told him, I said, look, Anuba's come and take her through the doorway, and I said, tell her that this is Bobby, son of Glacieri. As soon as I did it, no more than 15 minutes, my mama came through and knocked the tree across the yard, across the street over, a big ass tree. She came in and knocked that tree over and it fell into the house. Hit the people's car. The car was broke anyway, so they ended up getting a new car, so she hooked that up. And knocked out the lights on that side of the street. After I told her to take her friend, they were very happy. So when she told me, no, don't do that, because she was saying, no, I'm one of these angels of destruction. You see what I'm saying? Now, the point on what I'm trying to say here is what she was trying to say. And guess what? And this is the funny part about it. She's now the ruler, as Castiel, he rules the 7 heavens. So now she's a part of the ruler of a sector of heaven. So now, because of the humans that used to live on the earth that's now taking their positions in the heavens, and we talk about all this stuff that's around us. You understand what I'm saying? We are there now when you can have ancestors can come back and give you their positions. They started coming back in 2003, and I had a psychic girl. Her name was Simone. She lives out of California. And we was talking one day, and John Henry Clark said, you know, John Henry Clark came through. He said, I hang out with Amos Wilson, John G. Jackson, Diop, Du Bois. He said, all us scholars got around, we hang out. I said, Malcolm, who you with? He said, Malcolm, he said, I hang with Elijah Muhammad. And this is when I knew that the shit was real. Talked to Tupac, he said, yeah, well, they can make you live. Once you make it to the hospital, they got the technology to make you live. They can cauterize wounds. You don't die from gunshots when you get in the hospital. They can make you live. They can take your head off and hook it up to some electrodes and your ass live. The medicine is that good. There's a movie called Critical Care with James Spader. And they tell you, we got the technology to make anybody live. So when he dies in the hospital 4 days or 5 days later, they killed him. He said, they killed me. So Biggie came through and he was talking and stuff, and he said, well, I do know this thing. He said, what's his name didn't have nothing to do with my death. He said, Puff Daddy. He said, well, Puff Daddy and Sean Puffy Combs at the time. P. Daddy knows who did it. He said, he didn't have nothing to do with it, but he knows who did it. And then he said, and I was getting ready to go, and he said, I want to say something else. And I'm like, what? What? You can say something? He said, I should have said more with my rap. What he was saying was, since he made it to this realm, he said, I should have said more conscious stuff with my rap at the time, but I didn't know. And that's what he regretted. You see, that's what he regretted and stuff. So that's what I'm trying to say here. These people have these stations. You see, so when my mother came in there, she got her own fucking sector of heaven. Let me give you one more example of her. My brother got a hot water heater company where he installs hot water heater. He used to sell insurance and shit like that and all this type of stuff. He got a hot water heater company. He installs hot water heaters. He fell into this shit by mistake. So what happened, every now and then he gets some guys, crackheads, they'll go and try to get him some hot water heaters. They can steal this shit out the house. My brother got a brand new Volvo, and that night he was in some neighborhood. He got out of the car for 2 minutes to walk on the side of his house, and the car got stolen. He just got it early that day. My mama came through and said, I had them to steal the car, because this nigga was getting ready to get caught, but them niggas who stole them hot water, they were going to take his ass to jail. So in order for this nigga to not get caught up with them crackheads, She said, I had them motherfuckers in the neighborhood steal the car. So that's talking about that sector of heaven. She been protecting my. She's the same one that took her finger and put in the gun when they put the gun up to my brother's head, my youngest brother, and shot, and the gun got jammed. Because they were trying to rob him. So she said, I had them steal the car. And then she said, and all the other crackheads he know, I had them all sent to jail. He said, man, I don't know about them crackheads no more. He said, man, that you a bitch. He said, man, all of them in jail. I said, Mama did that. But see, so we talk about ancestors that's ruling over the sector of heaven. And so your thing is, by you being conscious, now you got to find out what your thing is. But in order to find out this, you can't be distracted by the shit you call your life. And your little idiosyncrasies on why you didn't do this and why you didn't do that. And why you lost this child. Or why that nigga left you. You see what I'm saying? You know, and all this type of stuff. So, you want to get out of here? Question and answer?
Questions and answers.
Okay, let's do some question and answers.
And before we get to the question and answers, it takes us about $2,000 to get people here. And we need a little help here.
Yeah, okay.
So get some donations.
Okay, the sister asked, you want to know about that seal? Those seals are seals for riches. They come from the Moors. So you take those seals and you put them in your wallet. Okay, you sign, you got that check. You got it says on that check it has a thing for your guardian angel. It's a line saying your guardian angel. You look on that piece of paper with your birthday and find out what your guardian angel is on that long piece of paper and sign it on that check. And then put that check in a frame. And it'll work for you. It's already got, yeah. It'll work. Give me some questions. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I know immortals, it's got to be something, when you talk about immortals, it's got to be something about immortality and rising. But I do know there's a book out, this movie coming out on 11/11/11. There's a book out called 11/11 by Solara. S-O-L-A-R-A. It's called 11/11 by Solara. The book was written in 1992, but the stuff in the book started happening in January. So you can read this book that was written 20 years ago. It came online in January. It's called 11/11 by Solara. You see. Get that book. What's that?
You spoke about the seven heavens that she rules. Isn't that seven heavens in the book of Enoch?
The book of Enoch? It's the same one, Muhammad was taken to the seven heavens, and Elijah was taken to the seven heavens. Got to realize now, this ruling is not like she's on the throne with the kingship. We're talking about energies. So she's a part of the ruling powers that's set in that sector. And that sector, the seven heavens, is dealing with Saturn, and Saturn is a very powerful planet. It's a very powerful zodiac. There's a book called Saturn, The New Look at the Old Devil. It's called Saturn, The New Look at the Old Devil. Saturn is very powerful. Baron Samedi is a Saturn deity. He rules the underworld. Yeah, he rules the underworld. Give me some questions.
You said something about October 14th.
Yeah, October the 14th is the day that they worship the goddess Durga. Durga is a East Indian version of the goddess Sekhmet in India. And it's a real powerful force, Durga. She's a warrior deity, so you gotta translate that into cosmic energy, especially when it comes to your own body. She's a Kundalini type of goddess, on which, what's her name is? Sekhmet. That's the 14th, but that festival goes into the 16th, which is the biggest day in India, which is the goddess Lakshmi, which is the goddess of prosperity. She is she's a part of the form of the Egyptian Aset, Isis, and she's also a form of the Egyptian Mayat. which is the winged Isis. But she has the multiple arms, which represents the wings. So she's a goddess of wisdom, a goddess of beauty. She'd be a form of Erzulie in Voodoo, Aphrodite in Greek. She's also a form of Kuan Yin also, but that goddess Lakshmi is a goddess of prosperity. So when you first get you an altar and get you a Lakshmi altar and put her on the altar and clean your house up real good and put out some sweets for her, prosperity will come and stuff like that. But like I said, we got several pictures of that in the picture packet. What's that mean?
Your mother.
Uh-huh.
Was she tall?
She was...
Was she taller than what in her earthly form?
She was about 5'7". That's tall for a woman.
Okay.
You know, that's not short.
Right.
You see, I'm 5'8" and a half. She was about 5'7". So that's...
The only reason why I asked is because I had a dream of my mother coming to me and telling me that I was an archangel and she was taller than her earthly form.
Well, naturally, it'd be bigger than the... Yeah, you know, Metatron is big as the universe. You know, yeah, they can be... Yeah, they can do that. And sometimes that's the indication of their power and their enormity of what they govern and what their energies is like. Somebody had a hand? Yeah, go ahead.
How can one attract your soulmate?
Your soulmate?
Yes.
Tell you what you do. You call this number. Call this number. Now, I'm not talking about me, but it was about 7 years ago. I would tell you to call that number. Before my queen came, I was on the ship. I was an equal opportunity for her. Fat, old, ugly, they got pretty feet. You can ugly shit, you got pretty feet. God damn it, it's on. Tall, skinny. You see what I'm saying? I was equal opportunity. But I'm talking about now. And see what happens with people in relationships. When I'm in a relationship with somebody, I never find the need to screw around. It just wasn't one of my things. And that's lucky, because if I was one of them niggas that screwed around while I was in a relationship or married, I'd be best up. You ever seen Which Way Is Up when a woman says, if you screw this guy, I will know? That's how Linda is. She will know. I went to Chicago, this woman invited me up to lecture, so she gonna go get naked and get up in the tub. And left the doors in there. Ooh, this water feels good. I'm like, and the next thing you know, Linda rang and said, what the fuck going on? She said, the motherfucker in there naked? I said, yeah, she's trying to entice a nigga. She wasn't really, she knew I wasn't gonna do nothing, but she could catch the energy. You see, so that's a whole nother system. Now, when I had the multiple women I was doing between 2000 and 2004, when I get to do something, I got to take the phone off the hook. Why? Because it's a vampire link. Every girl that I was going with, I had several girlfriends, and all of them I was going with, and you screwed them tantrically, which means you screw them a couple of times and you don't come. So you get their energy, and they have a part of you. And I did that. Every time I start knocking boots with the other phone, that phone will ring. I said, damn, they be ringing. I knew you was doing something. But now, with her, she was like, the girl just got in the tub. I said, this goddamn woman invited me up so get this lecture going so she can get with me. I didn't do nothing. But when she got in the tub, Linda said, shit. She rang the phone and said, what the hell going on? Is somebody in there naked? I said, yeah, she trying to do something. She laughed. So I know, so what you think about put my Johnson in somebody? It just be like her screwing the person. Because it's that link. So that's a whole nother lecture. But what I'm saying here is, there's a woman, her name is, what's this woman's name? She's a witch in Australia. And she did I can't think of her name right now. Deborah. Her name is Deborah. It'll come to me in a minute. Once upon a ritual, and it was this woman called Deborah something, I can't think her name. And she's got a big following in Australia, and she got a ritual on there that you can do to find out what your soulmate is. So if you call the house, you can purchase that DVD, and that's the best one to do magically. Because the reason why I say that is because one sister said that Valentine was her soulmate. She called me up and I said, wait a minute, you have multiple soulmates in multiple incarnations. He might have been your soulmate in another incarnation, not necessarily yours. And so she's like, no, and she wasn't in, and she was getting all mad with him with the other women, and I'm like, look now, Valentine is a pretty boy, and I already know he ain't gonna go for you. You ain't in his makeup. And so this thing all went down, and it all went down, and when it came down, she got in an argument with a girl that Valentine was messing with, and Valentine said, put that motherfucker on the phone and said, I ain't gonna never fuck with you, so ain't no soulmate shit. And I told her, I said, that soulmate might have been another incarnation. You see what I'm saying? Well, I'm not gonna have sex until I get Valentine. I said, well, you might well just put a chastity belt on that shit and fuck it up. But you ain't having it. So the best way to do it is to get that woman's DVD. Get that woman's DVD, and she had her in her.
Yeah. So as far as like, I call it like the sixth sense, like premonitions and thinking things are gonna happen and those types of things.
Yeah.
What is that?
That's the last bit of the psychic energy. See, we had multiple things. Whether we could talk to each other telepathy, didn't need telephone. The sixth sense is the leftover residue, so it is very. That's what we have now. But before the sixth sense, we had a complete detailed files when we were the gods. We could communicate, we could fly. All that shit you see the superheroes do, we used to do. You see. But as the years went on, and we got more encased in this physical thing and stuff. When we first got into physical, we could do all those things. But as the years went on, we lost more and more of those abilities, and it went down to a sixth sense. So when you talk about a sixth sense, you're really talking about a residue. We talk about here, when we talk about the Trinity of God, we talk about the reacclimation of coming online with the full power. That's different. I always tell the story where you go and say, well, why does Egypt have all these buildings, but yet Africa don't have nothing? That's because the Africans had detailed files, so everything that they was trying to convey in Egypt, they was living it in there. They was living it as detailed files. They were the gods. So as we started losing our sense, we had to go to the Nile Valley because it had less moisture. It was a desert, so that means stuff could be preserved longer. So we had to go to the Nile Valley and start chiseling out the histories on those large monuments and those temples. The Africans were the people that those large monuments was talking about, as of the Egyptians too. So we're talking about something that's even greater than just the sixth sense. That's just the stuff that they talk about now, because they say most people only use, what, 10% of their brain? Well, that's because we learned from the European system now, and he was only capable of using 10% of his brain. Now when we are born, because we only are acclimated in his system, we end up not having we don't end up having 10% of our brain, because it's simply that we're born in an inferior society that doesn't even have the knowledge to teach how to do that. And in Africa, you talk about thousands and thousands of years of deterioration, so a lot of that stuff was lost. So when we talk about this is beyond the sixth sense, we talk about becoming gods where you can walk through that wall. You see what I'm saying? Walk through that wall. You see, and one guy called and said, my dog went through the damn wall. So if the dog can do it, we ought to have. We used to fly and all that. We got the African narratives that say we used to fly.
Deborah Gray.
Huh?
Deborah Gray.
Deborah Gray is her name. It's called Once Upon a Spell. Call down and get that. That's the one you want to do. And do that. Because just that whole soulmate thing, you're going to need some real power these days. Especially with the black man. See, before it used to be, do you have a job? Then it was, do you have a car? Then it got so bad, are you crazy? The standards had to get lower. Job, no problem, no job, no car, okay. Now it's, are you crazy? I just don't want you to kill my ass, but everything else goes on. We the unique motherfucker on the planet, not a black man. You see, what's that, sister?
What did you say the name of the slow kill in seafood is called?
It's called correction.
Correction?
Correction, yeah, correction. Look it up on BP, correction. They put it, it's in all the fish is contaminated right now. And all of it is contaminated. No seafood, no seaweed, no kelp, no sea salt, all that shit is contaminated. It is working on you now, especially with melanated people. It shuts down the melanin because the stuff that cleans up oil is cleaning up melanin, oil and carbon. So it really works on you, your central nervous system. What's that?
Is there anything to the television? Because sometimes if I'm going off, my television will shut down like a transformer or something.
Well, they've been having cameras in them since the 80s, since 1980. And when you cut them off, they'll never cut off. It's called standby. But it's say standby. So it's always on and they can watch it, whatever. Usually what we do is you get one of those on. In the bedroom, we got the little power thing where you mash it and all that shuts down electricity-wise. But just like a cell phone don't need the damn battery, they got a little power back in there, so even if you unplug it, it's got enough power. Because it charges all the time. So even when you unplug it, it's still on. So what you got to do is drape something, a wool black cloth over it. Especially if you got one in your bedroom. You drape a cloth over it. And a cloth over it and neutralize it. And stuff like that. What's that?
You're talking about the mind calendar.
Yeah.
Days of darkness that we're going to be coming up.
Yeah. A lot of that stuff, when we talk about the Mayan calendar, we've been in 2012 about 10 years. See, stuff don't come on dates, they come on cycles. Everything comes in a cycle. We're in a 2012 cycle. So we can't really, so when they put the date up there, they understood that man would be on a linear movement based on the European in the Gregorian calendar. So they put that date, but they were trying to suggest more of a cycle than the actual date. If you're talking about 2012, the actual date, and something gonna happen, you're gonna be pretty disappointed because it's a series of cycles that's happening. So Joplin, Texas, or Joplin, Missouri was a 2012 event. That earthquake was a 2012 event. Now that earthquake, Dr. Delbert Blair and his prophecies had predicted that in the early 1990s. As a matter of fact, he spoke at the Nation of Islam, gave Farrakhan that same prophecy. So Farrakhan went down to Mississippi in 1992 and told him when he left Mississippi, the ship was going to be underwater. And after he left Mississippi, it was up on the water. And the people was going on crazy, but what it was is he had Delbert Blair's prophecies. The same prophecies that hit D.C. and hit this area was in that Delbert Blair prophecy. And you know my mama predicted that shit in the 70s. My mama was a person, if you didn't have an answer to it, they said, go ask Miss Glacier. And she would tell you. And at first I said, when she was a school teacher, she studied, that motherfucker was doing some transmissions. She could tell you anything you wanted to know about anything. They said, go ask Miss Glacier. And recently we had the preacher who buried my mama. She had a boy that graduated law school and had a client down in the town. He only had one client from Mullins. And he forgot her damn name, didn't know nothing about it. The preacher said, you better call Miss Glacier. And she called Miss Glacier and he just said a few things about her and she told that motherfucker where to go and where she lived and all that. So she predicted that earthquake in the 70s. She said, y'all, she said, wait till that motherfucker hit on the East Coast. Because they got a bet, this fault line, so she predicted that. So those are 2012 events. Yeah, what's that?
Have you heard anything about this German film called Transfer, where it's a film about white folks taking their souls and putting them in the black body?
Yeah, you saw it?
They have the trailer on the internet. You should check it out.
It's called Transfer. It's a German film where they take their souls and put them in black bodies.
Put them in black bodies so that they can
Survive. Well, you remember in the movie, what was the name of that movie? That hoodoo movie that came out? Skeleton Key. And they were like saying, you know, he said, I wanted a black body. She said, I was trying to get one, but black people didn't want to do it. You see, yeah. So yeah, it's called Transfer. I'm gonna check that out. I'm gonna check that out. Give me some questions. The wreath is any wreath, Christmas wreath. We put up a Christmas, but they have year-round wreaths. And what it is, that wreath pulls in positive energy inside your house. It's a porthole. So that's why you see white people with wreaths on their door, especially rich white people. You go and ride out in these big-ass homes and you will see wreaths on the door and gargoyles. Those wreaths pull in energy. We always have a wreath on our door, year-round. You see. What's that, sister?
Bobby, have you heard of the United States being fourth?
Huh?
The United States being in fourth place, shipping like babies out to other countries for adoption?
Well, we saw that shit that happened in Haiti when they went down there and tried to steal stuff.
Yes.
Be honest with you, the information when you get it is 20 years old. You see, been there and done that. They do everything to us. You know, they do everything to us. That shit is 20 years old when we get it. You see what I'm saying? They would be doing more to organ transplants, but what happened was our organs, their bodies reject our organs because of the melanin. So we would have more of that going on. You see, it would be a real factory here. They would use us for that, but their bodies reject the organs because of the melanin in it. You see, because of the melanin.
Bob, would you say something about the pharmaceutical industry, about this high blood pressure medication and everything about alcohol-leads?
Yeah, well, the pharmaceutical industry was started, you know, they ran all the spiritual people out in the turn of the century. And that was started and all, but all the high blood pressure stuff and all, our blood pressure, when the Kundalini rises, your blood pressure is going to be high anyway. You see what I'm saying? It's going to be high anyway. We have a different pressure. You see what I'm saying? Because of the melanin and the Kundalini than white people. And they put us on the blood pressure medicine and tell you got to be on that for the rest of your life. And the only thing you got to do to slow down your pressure, your blood pressure, is meditate. You can, you know, it's meditate, and your blood pressure, you can regulate your blood pressure through your thoughts. You see what I'm saying? But because we don't look like, I got a friend now, you know, he's a school teacher, you know, but he's dead. And he's on blood pressure medicine. I told him, look, man, the reason why you're on blood pressure medicine, I said, because you're in your 40s. And when you get in your 40s, you done had years of eating meat, and your colon builds up. And as a result, your body has to pump more pressure, blood pressure, to digest. Only thing you got to do is get a series of colonics. And then start cleaning out on a regular basis and your stuff go down. So what happened with him, he taking high blood pressure medicine and stuff like that. And I say, no, man, you've been eating meat for the last 40-something years and your colon is building up and your blood pressure has to pump more blood to digest any food. So if you get a series of colonics and then start doing a regimen of cleaning out with your dialyses and your silites and stuff like that, your blood pressure are regulated. You see, so that has a lot to do with our blood pressure. Is a lot of us, especially conscious people, is based on the Kundalini energy. You see, based on the Kundalini energy. And I got this girl, she was a complete vegan. She didn't hardly eat nothing. Picture of health, and her goddamn blood pressure almost shot off, broke the damn machine. Because of the Kundalini energy in there that was on a high level. Yeah, give me some questions.
Somebody was asking about rape.
Yeah.
Brother Panic had something on Blog Talk Radio that spoke about such a man in Paracon who buy a rape for $10. It's a cinnamon orange rape. Place around the door.
You can get them all day at the Goodwill for $2. Yeah, to reach, yeah. Yeah, you know, yeah, what's that?
No, I'm just gonna ask you, what's going on with the Libya situation?
Well, first of all, you gotta realize Libya was the home of Bes, and that's the Twa. And Bes represents the quantum world. So on one aspect of the Egypt, they call it Arab Spring, with Egypt doing stuff. And Libyan stuff. One of that is just the signs of the time. Now, as far as Gaddafi and all that kind of stuff, you see Gaddafi and all that kind of stuff, he just stayed too fucking long. See, he's played right into the crackers' hands. They calling him a dictator, so what you do? He should have set it up where he was out of there by 2005. He'd had all this money, had another person to take. No, he want to stay there forever. And that falls in the hand to give them what they're trying to do, and they're trying to get your oil and get all this stuff. The nigga stayed too fucking long. He was stupid on that part. Farrakhan told him in 2005, you need to get your fucking ass, they're coming after you. And what they did, they came after his stupid ass. That's just a dumb ass nigga that stayed too damn long. You see? He's a dumb ass nigga. You see? It stayed too fucking long, so you fit the role of the dictator. Dictators want to rule forever. They have to be forced out. And that asshole stayed too long. Dumb motherfucker, all they had to do was put his people in place. When they tore down them buildings in New York, he should say, look, I'm out of this bitch. You don't think they gonna fuck with me with this Lockerbie Scotland shit? And they blow up their own damn buildings to make a point? And go and start a war with Iraq for nothing? And he's sitting his little stink ass up there in the middle of fucking, when the Arab shit happened? Fuck it. This is a stupid motherfucking nigga. Now that politics, that's all that, I don't pay that shit no attention. None of that shit. And all them niggas, none of that stuff. But on the other hand, that's just a lot of signs of the times. Because those was African states. You see what I'm saying? That used to be Carthage. That's where Hannibal came from. You see, that's where the Moors. Hannibal was called a Moor. That's where some of the Moors originated from. You see what I'm saying? So that's a whole other thing. You see, but I don't get into the politics or something, on that type of thing. You stupid nigga. When they blew up the buildings, he gave away all his nuclear weapons. He should have got the hell on. You see what I'm saying? Get the hell out of it. So, don't give them time that y'all won't point the finger at you. You see? So, you stupid. You don't know this cracker. You'll learn. You'll learn what this motherfucker is. You will learn. I went to England and they had that hate law. The guy said, what about the white on the radio? I said, I don't know what the fuck you talking about. Because what happened? I say some shit on the radio, next thing I know, I go to fly all the way over there, spend some money, and get to the airport and they say, you can't come in. Because we got hate laws. Stupid shit. The human artificial. We done took it off of YouTube twice. I made that for black people in 93. Some niggas still keep putting it up. But it don't matter because it make me more popular. But the spirit say, no, you got a big white following. You don't want no white following. Because once the white motherfuckers start following you, then the government will be concerned. But we put that human artificial to make sure that you can never cross that damn barrier. And guess what? That's the one they following, the white people. Watch that shit. You see? They know they fucked up. Like Dawood said years ago. They said, Dawood, when you gonna come kill us? When you gonna come kill us? So what I'm just trying to say here, so I said, I don't go where I'm not meant to go. And that's what the white people say, in 94, I got a thing that I told my bro, no, the fucking white colleges hooked me up. UCLA, USC, all of them. That was a $10,000 circuit starting out. $10,000 every time I speak. And each year you speak, it gets higher. By this time I would have been up to $25 a speech. Spirit say, man, don't fuck with that shit. Don't go where you wasn't made to go. And then what happened? Guess what? Who called me? They let me know this some bullshit. They getting ready to fuck with you. King's College called. Do you know what King's College is? That's the college that Khalid Muhammad got in trouble with. That Farrakhan had to denounce him for the white man. King's College called me to come. I said, no, fuck that. I only did the black colleges. You see what I'm saying? I only did the black colleges. You see what I'm saying? But no, so you don't go where you're not supposed to go. And you know, and stuff like that. People like, I'm going to come on this TV show. I'm going to go on fucking TV. Let me tell you something about the man. You ask him, is this man a government agent? Let me tell you something. Any black person you see on the TV is a government agent. Guess what? They don't let their true enemies on TV. So you don't even have to ask the question, who's a government agent? Is he on TV? Al Sharpton, no justice, no peace. Now he's an anchor on NBC. Yes. Now his own motherfucking show, 6 o'clock. He's an anchor on NBC News with the same goddamn Buffon. Reverend Buffon is a fucking anchor, saying that no justice, no peace. Government agent.
Well, they exposed Al Sharpton on 60 Minutes when they did that, say that he was a snitch, doing an undercover thing on Monetize in New York.
Now don't know that.
That told me back then.
No, don't know that. No, he tried to go and get a meet with Asada Shakur in the Bahamas, tell her to come from Cuba to the Bahamas and have the authorities that going to arrest her. Government agent, yeah. All the niggas. He just replaced Jesse, because Jesse got too old. And his goddamn grill or them dentures was loosening up his gums so he couldn't speak like he used to. And he got that drag and shit. Gums got so old and them goddamn dentures done fucked up. But he got a whole grill that got knocked out when he was playing football at A&T, North Carolina A&T. And his grill got fucked. They said, no, he need no slurpee, motherfucker. You see. So that old shit went on with Jesse. So they replaced him with Reverend Buffon. What's that? He's sitting there looking like goddamn that nigga on the Quaker Oats bar. Goddamn Quaker. On the newscast. Sitting around the table with all these motherfuckers. And he got his own show. Now he performs now. I don't get me wrong now. That goddamn nigga on that fucking that Troy Davis, he put it through their ass. Now when it comes to the black issue now, they gotta keep some shit going. So I look at it for entertainment. But that goddamn nigga can't perform that shit. Talking shit about the Republicans and all that white shit. It's comedy to me. That nigga got that gift to perform. And it's show business. That's what this shit is. So they got the right man for it. Well, Buffon get on that shit. And any little injustice. Now, I didn't like what he did when that motherfucker called them girls naughty head hoes. He stood up and he got that motherfucker fired. Because one thing you don't do, you don't let a motherfucker fuck with your daughters. Now, what's the name made that mistake? Martin Luther King. Talking about, we gonna wear them down in love and they done blew your daughters up in that goddamn church. And they were stuck in that church for 46 years until I went to freedom. You see, I went to freedom. And so they were stuck in there because once a bomb blast, it knocks you out your ass so bad so fast you don't know you're dead. They were stuck in there. All the people riding around Alabama used to see them people out the window. And when I went down there, they said, what's going on? Everybody, when I went to damn Birmingham, everybody said, yeah, we see it. I'm saying, and after 43 years, ain't none of you motherfuckers stopped to do no magic. And I had to wait till I get down there and I found them four goddesses around King Tut's tomb. And I had to go down there with them pictures and free them motherfuckers. You see? So I like when when motherfucker called them naughty head hoes. He got that motherfucker fired. Okay, any other questions? Any other questions?
But Bob,
yeah.
How can we capitalize on solar storms and increase, the solar energy coming the corona manufacturing?
Let me tell you something. Them solar flares is powerful. And they are here to enhance the melanin. Now, if you get a book called Tutankhamun Prophecies by Carterell is his last name. So something Carterell. Tutankhamun Prophecies. In there, he explains how whenever they want a civilization to fall, the sun stops producing the energy, and therefore the melatonin levels drop and the civilization falls. When they want a civilization to rise, the sun starts producing energy and solar flares and stuff in that area so the melatonin levels can rise. That's why they call us the people of the sun. So now the melatonin levels are rising based on these solar flares, and these solar flares are hitting the earth. Let me tell you what happened with Linda. This was in February. We got some Mexicans. They could work on a car. We got a Mexican. This motherfucker so bad, he does electrical work. So, you know, you got niggas, you know, they do some stuff. But a lot of these new cars got these electrical systems. And in Mexican, this guy, he's a genius. We go in the backyard, you got to sit outside. But this motherfucker can fix anything on the car for cheap. So we go to Laura and stuff. We go to Laura and he does this stuff. And he the only one can speak English. So he runs the yard. And them motherfucking Mexicans be fixing some cars. So you got to sit outside. So it was a little warm that day. It was in February though. And Linda went out there and she had to sit outside while this motherfucker changed something. And she sat out there in February. And when she got back home, I'm like, Linda, you got a fucking sunburn in February. She said, what? I'm saying, you sunburned. And I said, oh, that's right. I said that the news said that they had them solar flares hit today. So she got sunburned in February, and she's light-skinned. You see what I'm saying? I'm like, you know, what you think about these solar flares? That's some powerful shit. So that raises the melatonin level, so you stuff enhanced with that stuff. That's what that is. That's the return of the gods. You see what I'm saying? That's the solar flare. What's that? Mm-hmm.
What do you think about those satellites falling out of the planet?
Well, all kind of things is happening. Different dimensions are opening. You remember on the dimension opened recently on what's that? One of them airlines, and the people was missing for about an hour. The airline pilots, and they thought they was only out of thing for about a couple of minutes, but they went through another dimension and was gone about 2 hours. When they caught up with them, they didn't fire on neither. Yeah, but you know, I'm talking about, no, this was, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about in America. I'm talking about in America. I'm not talking about I'm talking motherfuckers in America about a couple months ago. Air West, one of them. And the ship was missing about 2 hours on a regular airline ship, commercial airline. And they couldn't find them. And when they found them, they didn't know what the people was talking. I said, we wasn't missing. But they was gone about 2 hours, and they didn't get fired because the people knew what it was. They went through another dimension. You see, they went through another dimension. Mm-hmm. What's that?
Yeah, because they said something about in Japan, on the Hawaii, Mississippi had a fire.
About what they can't find?
In Japan, they had a barrage just kind of city.
They can't find?
In Japan.
They got all kind of stuff happening. They got all kind of stuff happening. They had some mountains up here in Antarctica that wasn't there no more. Wasn't there before. Some white mountains. So H.P. Lovecraft talked about when the gods return, they're going to return from a mountain called Rayleigh in Antarctica. And they found this whole glacier that was never there before. It was a whole city of mountains. White ice mountain glaciers wasn't there before. And that's what H.P. Lovecraft said. He said when the great old ones come back, which is us, it's when Rayleigh rises from up under the sea, a crystal city in Antarctica. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's on. Mm-hmm. Hey, what's that? Ice in Antarctica, the event, they sure did. They dealt with all of that, yeah. They sure did. Mm-hmm.
All right, family, we got time for one more question, because they want to wrap it up.
Okay, give me one more question.
You said that's one meal after Sunday?
Yeah.
As opposed to what you're saying, the most important meal is?
It's breakfast.
Yeah.
Nah, 3 meals a day kill you. What happened was I'm gonna take some liquor right now. I stopped coughing. I know what that is. That's that damn soy. Fucking soy. the gods used to live for years. Even the Bible talks about these people. Methuselah is a story of a group of people that have historically used to live 200 and 300 years. The Africans used to do that. Elijah Muhammad said that when they wanted to die, all they would do is just start eating 3 meals a day. And that's how they killed themselves. Yeah. That's how they kill themselves. You know, that's like taking a car and running it on the street and never running out of gas and just keep running it. You're going to kill yourself. You see, yeah. Well, I guess that's, you know, what we can do. It's all good, yeah? All right. Still got some stuff up here if you want to get it or whatever you want to do. It's all good. I'll either call that number. Yeah.
Thank you very much, everybody.
I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, let me see if I got to keep you. You can get